Good evening, everyone. I'll call the meeting to order. Tonight's City Council meeting, Thursday, February 17th, 7 p.m. Trade and Transit 2. Yes, it is. Thanks, John. Please rise for the invocation by Councilman Pelizzi, followed by the flag salute and roll call.
Lord, we ask you for your wisdom as we make some tough decisions in this meeting tonight. Help us to carefully consider the relevant information that has been gathered. May those sharing information give us pertinent points so that we all clearly understand what's in front of us. Help us to be innovative as we brainstorm solutions. Help us to wisely evaluate our options, consider our pros and cons. Help us to be unified in making the best possible decisions and to effectively carry them out. In your name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mrs. Frank, you can take the roll, please.
All right, I'll take roll. Mr. Allison.
Here.
Mr. Mackey.
Here.
Mr. Pelizzi.
Here.
Mr. Ryder.
Here.
Ms. Mealy is absent. Mrs. Katz.
Here.
Mr. Yoder.
Here. We have a quorum. First item is approval of City Council meeting minutes from February 3rd, 2022. Is there a motion in a second?
So moved.
All right, is there any discussion on the minutes? Mrs. Frank, on the motion, please.
Mr. Allison.
Yes.
Mr. Mackey.
Yes.
Mr. Pelizzi.
Yes.
Mr. Ryder.
Yes.
Mrs. Katz.
Yes.
Mr. Yoder.
Yes. Thank you, Mrs. Frank. Item 4, limited courtesy to floor. We've had no requests tonight. Item 5, appointments, reappointments for the Brandon Park Commission. Mr. Dennis Lohner on Eldred Street, Williamsport, appointed to a term starting on today, February 17th, and ending on January 1st, 2025. Mayor Slaughter, good evening, sir.
Good evening, President Yoder, Vice President Katz, members of council and administration. Before you tonight for consideration is appointment of Mr. Dennis Lohner to the Brandon Park Commission and the Shade Tree Commission. He's played various roles in our community, from recreation to coaching, and he lives just north of the park. He's always been very interested in city government, and I'm very happy that he has volunteered to become a member of the Brandon Park and Shade Tree Commission. And he's before you. He is in attendance tonight somewhere if you have any questions for him. So he's before you for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Slaughter. Mr. Lohner was interviewed in finance, and Liz is not here yet. So Mr. Allison, if you don't mind, I'll defer to you to talk a little bit about the discussion in finance with Mr. Lohner.
Absolutely. We talked, we had a good conversation about the park. Mr. Lohner is a lifelong city resident, grew up using the park recreationally himself, and then with his children, coached there, took care of the ball fields, and lives near the park, and still frequents it, and has a heart to work within the Brandon Park Commission to make the park better and keep it that way. So that's it's a gem in the middle of the city of 40 some acres that people before us had the foresight to donate that land and turn it into a beautiful, scenic, but useful area for everybody in the community, and people even from outside the community come in. So Mr. Lohner's would be a great asset on the park. He's given a lot back into the community. He's pretty well known, I'd say. He has a lot of connections to people that live here. and work here and play here.
Thank you, Mr. Allison. Mr. Lohner, you're welcome to make any additional comments if you like. I know you talked to the Finance Committee, and members of council are welcome to ask Mr. Lohner any additional questions if they have any. But I would concur with Mr. Allison. This is a good pick. I'm excited to see what you're going to do with the commission. And I would thank you for stepping up and being willing to serve the community in this capacity. So thank you very much. Are there any other questions for members of council? Hearing and seeing none, Mrs. Frank, on the motion, please.
Mr. Allison,
Yes.
Mr. Mackey,
Yes.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Bider,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz.
yes,
Mr. Yoder.
Yes, motion passes 6-0. All right, I'm going to move one thing up here. Item 23, resolution for the two police officers. Mrs. Frank in short form, please.
Resolution authorizing the Williamsport Bureau of Police to hire 2 police officers.
Is there a motion in this second?
Move it.
Second.
All right, thank you. Chief Snyder, good evening. We're going to move these two up. We have a pretty robust agenda tonight, certainly. So I think for expediency of their time, we'll move them up. And we certainly have a public hearing following this that we suspect will take some time as well. So Chief Snyder.
All right,
good
thank you,
evening.
sir. How's everybody doing tonight?
Good, how are you?
All right. Mr. President, Miss Vice President, and dear council, or council members, I'm respectfully requesting your consideration and confirmation of the following officer candidates for appointment to the Williamsport Bureau of Police. We have Officer candidate Tanner Troutman and JV DeSanto standing right here by me. These candidates have completed all the requirements for the employment with the Williamsport Bureau of Police. Police officer candidate DeSanto will commence her employment on Monday, February 21st of 2022, and police officer candidate Troutman will commence employment on May 31st of 2022. Candidate DeSanto is 27 years old, currently resides in the city of Williamsport. She is the daughter of Teresa and James DeSanto, both of the Williamsport area. Candidate DeSanto is a 2012 graduate of Williamsport Area High School and a 2017 graduate of Lock Haven University, where she earned a bachelor's degree in psychology. Candidate DeSanto attended the Mansfield Academy or Police Academy, where she received her Act 120 certification in 2020. She's currently employed with the Kinley and Sons Jewelry Store in the Brickyard restaurant. Her badge number will be badge number 41. Candidate Troutman, he is 29 years old, currently resides in Muncie area. He is the son of Vicky and Rodney Troutman of the Higgins, PA. Candidate Troutman is a 2011 graduate of Tri-Valley High School in Higgins, PA, and a 2015 graduate of Lycoming College, where he earned a bachelor's degree in criminal justice and a minor in psychology, and also was a student athlete where he played football. Candidate Troutman is currently employed with the Lycoming County Sheriff's Department as a deputy sheriff and is projected to attend the Harrisburg Community College Act 120 Police Academy as a cadet starting May 31st, 2022. Candidate Troutman will be assigned badge number 59. So open up the floors if there's any questions from council.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Snyder. This was reviewed in public safety, I believe. Is that correct?
You're right. Yeah. I mean, he said it all. I mean, we've got two great candidates here, and we passed this along to the full body with a positive recommendation. So I would just like to say welcome aboard. Glad to see one of you currently lives in the city. I think that's great. Tanner, good luck at the academy. Just keep your head down and I'm sure you'll be just fine.
Thank
So,
you, appreciate it.
Mrs. Katz.
I want to welcome both of you. Jamie, I am thrilled that you work downtown. You are very familiar with what goes on downtown. And welcome to the force, welcome to the city, and looking forward to seeing what's going to go on, and keep safe.
Thank you.
The only other question I have, so when we budgeted, I think 48, one more of our current complement of 47, this keeps us at 47, I believe.
This will put us up to 48.
This would put us up
Yep.
to 48. So I
Ms.
thought we had,
DeSanto is going to be the replacement for our retirement that just happened in January of this year. And then Mr. Troutman would be our 48.
okay, I thought we
So-
had a second retirement coming.
It's coming up in April. so
Gotcha.
I'm going to be coming probably next council with that replacement as
Gotcha.
well for the approval for that replacement.
Gotcha. That was my question, was
Yep.
the timing, because I thought there was a second retirement, so that makes sense.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I appreciate that. Any other questions? Mr. Allison?
I don't have a question, but I just want to commend the chief for moving so quickly on the vacancies. That wasn't the norm in the past. There were big gaps, so appreciate your diligence on that. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, hearing and seeing no other questions, Mrs. Frank on the motion, please.
Mr. Allison.
Yes.
Mr. Backy.
Yes.
Mr. Pelisi.
Yes.
Mr. Vita.
Yes.
Ms. Mealy. Yes. Mrs. Katz.
Yes,
Mr. Yoder.
Yes, motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Chief
Great.
Snyder. Both of you, welcome to the force. Looking forward to the good you're going to do for our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll continue on. Yeah, please. All right, continuing on, item number 6, a public hearing, formation of a new transit authority. And Norm, give me a clarification. Do we need a motion and second to open this, or I can just open it? I just open and close it? Okay. Before I open it here, just a couple of quick comments. So we've had this, I think, discussion informally for a while of, starting to go down this process. And, we're starting that tonight. We actually started it, I would say, on Tuesday. As we started to talk about timeline, start to flush out some details of what this is actually going to look like. I think this is a good thing. And now, I can at least say for myself, I've thought this is a good idea for a while. And I'm excited to see it start to come to fruition. I'm excited for the process that we have outlined to make sure that we do this, but we do it in the right way that is best for the employees at RBT, to set this potential authority up for success long-term, and also to make sure that we're covered from the city's perspective as well. It's a win-win across the board. And I'm excited for that process. So I'm anxious to hear what everybody has to say. We have a good attendance tonight, and I suspect that this is what it's for. So I'll open the public hearing. If there's anybody that would like to speak in favor of it, please come up to the podium. I'd ask that you state your name and your address, and keep your comments to 3 minutes, please. So anybody that's in favor, you're welcome to come up to the podium, and we'd love to hear from you.
Good evening. My name is Dwayne Forrest. Live at 339 Louisa Street. I've lived in the city since 1990, and I've been employed at RBT for 16 years. As a resident of the city, I'm in favor of RBT becoming an authority for any number of reasons. Recently, we have learned what past administrations have done, and the investigation has transpired. It is in my opinion that not just past administrations, but past city councilors are just responsible. How can the city residents have confidence in you when you have let our historic city hall fall apart and our parks fall to shambles? Twice it was voted on to fix the pool at Memorial Park. It should have been fixed the first time. When a resolution was put on the agenda for council's consideration to form an authority, it was brought to our attention that it had been removed. It is my understanding that when an item is put on the council's agenda, the only way to be removed is by the administration, by tabling the resolution, or voting it up and down. If council collaborated to remove this resolution outside of council meeting, then to me, you broke the sunshine law. If council president did this on his own, then it can be construed as tyrannical behavior. It has been said that he was looking out for the employees. Well, where were you when you voted against our contract? It certainly was not looking out for our employees. We as employees have been kept informed on every aspect of this process. If questions were asked, the mayor and the staff of RBT have answered or got the answer if they did not know. I personally would like to thank the mayor for at least having the guts to get the city out of the mass transit business. I might not agree with his politics, but I commend him for doing the right thing. Thank you.
I appreciate that. And I'll offer some clarity. So this was submitted certainly, and I had a discussion with Mr. Winder about holding this off of the agenda, and for a couple of different reasons. And he obliged. He was on board with that. And we had a conversation both with him and our solicitor. And a lot of it was questions about making sure we understood the process and making sure that we were doing this right. And we got a lot of clarity on what the specific needs were. And we actually got it. It is on the agenda tonight. And it actually is in form of an ordinance, which it should have been versus a resolution. So I appreciate the comments, but I did just want to offer that clarity. It is on the agenda, and we're going to have 2 readings, first reading tonight and then second reading in 2 weeks. But I appreciate your comments. Thank you. Are there any other comments in favor? Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Frank Perchinsky. I'm local 1496 president. I don't know if everyone knows who I am.
Mhm.
Just had a couple things. We are in favor of it. The ATU is, and I'm in favor of it myself. Been working with Adam on everything that we've gone through. He keeps me abreast of everything that's going on. So anyhow, here it goes. I got a few things I wrote down. On behalf of the workers who operate and maintain River Valley Transit, we take great pride in what we do, and we stand ready to assist you with your efforts and restructuring RBT to address the recent issues. I wish to bring to your attention 2 matters which we think are necessary to the success of the separation of RVTA. First, we believe in the improvement of bus service for our communities must be the primary goal, that all amenities are planning in our transition to separate municipality to authority, prevent the misallocations of federal, state transit grants, funding and for the city, and improving goals, but cannot be the focus of our planning. Second, the ATU, of course, wants to avoid any non-understanding of any of the workforce. We believe that just touched the wrong button.
Technology, right?
Oh my gosh. Oh man. We believe that the issues involved, especially as it relates to the pension, healthcare insurance benefits, that we require significant planning. We ask the city continue to consult with the ATU and the riders and other stakeholders to ensure that the new RVTA not only addresses the mistakes of the past, but also creates a platform for a safe, reliable, accessible transit service for our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank. Are there any other comments in favor of the formation of an authority? Okay, hearing and seeing none. Are there any comments in opposition of forming an authority? All right. All right, I will close the public hearing. Thank you very much. We will move on. Item number 7, or Mrs. Frank.
An ordinance transfer ordinance and final reading.
Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Pavlak, good evening, sir.
Good evening. Yep, ordinance and second reading. I have nothing further to add tonight.
All right, are there any other questions or comments from members of council on the transfer ordinance? Hearing, seeing none, Mrs. Frank on the motion.
Mr. Allison,
Yes.
Mr. Mackey,
Yes.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Bider,
Yes.
Ms. Miller. Yes. Mrs. Katz,
Yes.
Mr. Yoder,
Yes, motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Item 8. In short form, please, Mrs. Frank.
an ordinance amending part 1 of the codified ordinances of the city of Williamsport and final reading.
Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
All right. So this is final reading of the ordinance updating some of the language in our codified ordinances, namely to incorporate remote meetings, as well as expanding courtesy the floor for public participation. There were a number of questions at the last reading related to the language on, I'm pulling it up here, so give me a second. Related to the language on meetings. And I talked with Norm and Janice, you sent out an updated reading as how it should read based on that, correct? That's
That's
okay.
correct.
I think that was sent out to everybody. Liz, I know you had asked about it and I forwarded it to you specifically as well. Are there any questions on the language that was updated? We'll have to amend this formally to make sure we incorporate that. But are there any questions on the proposed change language from anybody? Okay. Liz, I'll give you a minute as well. It looks okay to you? Okay. Can we amend this just substitute the text? Or should we read it out? Okay. Okay. I don't need to read it though verbatim here. I can just summarize it. All right, I would make a motion, we amend the ordinance to incorporate the language changes that were discussed at last reading, and based on the document that you all received and we've just discussed.
Second.
Any further discussion? Mrs. Frank, vote on the amendment, please.
Mr. Allison,
Yes.
Mr. Mackey,
Yes.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Bider,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz.
Yes.
Mr. Yoder.
Yes. All right, and then if there's no other comments or questions, we'll take a final vote on the actual reading itself.
Mr. Allison,
Yes.
Mr. Mackey,
Yes.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Bider,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz.
Yes.
Mr. Yoder.
Yes, motion passes 7-0. Thank you, everybody, very much. Moving on, item 9, Mrs. Frank, in short form, please.
An ordinance amending, adopting the American Rescue Plan budget, the ARPA budget.
Is there a motion, a second?
So move.
Second.
All right. Let me pull this up and I'll walk everybody through this and then we'll defer to Ms. Mealy from finance. So what you have in front of you is a first pass budget for adopting the allocation of our American Rescue Plan funding. So we've had a handful of work sessions where we've gotten a lot of ideas and projects, I think that we all agree on that we want to do out there. And in our last work session and in our last council meeting, we all agreed we wanted to, I think, wrap up a number of these and kind of close the loop on this process, at least initially here. So what this is an ordinance that does that. You have a budget in front of you. There are 5 categories, as we've all discussed: fiscal relief, economic development, public works, recreation, public safety. There's an other miscellaneous. What I did was all elected officials put together a quick budget spreadsheet. I took averages of every consistent project across the board, and that's what you see in here. None of them should really be a surprise. We've all discussed these openly. The number that you see in there is the average consensus based on what everybody compiled and submitted to me. I rounded up to get even numbers, so we're not dealing with decimals. If you look at the overall actual category total, they're pretty close to the category totals that everybody had in there as well, even incorporating additional projects that maybe particular individuals had, but nobody else had. And then the only other thing that I would add is under fiscal relief, under the future projects reserve category, there's 2.4 million and change in there. That was what I used to even up the allocation so that it zeroed out and we got to the full number. The reason I put it there versus the other category, this got us closer to what the total category number between everybody was on average. So that's why I put it there versus others. So that's the background on it. I'll defer to Ms. Mealy. This was reviewed in finance.
Came back to haunt us several times in the course of the finance. Oh, you're right, it's not on, John. I assumed I wasn't close enough. The majority of the discussion in finance really centered around the projects proposed. I think perhaps a little bit of discussion of the amount of funding that was still left in each line item, just to let the public, so far as the public attends those meetings, know that the projects that are on the table are not the only projects in the works. They're simply the only projects that will be authorized by the passage of this ordinance in 2 readings. The secondary issue that we discussed is that we have obviously the ordinance that we're adopting this evening, or that we will presumably be adopting this evening, outlines how much funding is going into each specific area authorized by the ARPA budgeting process, or by the ARPA funds process. But we are incorporating by a mention in the ordinance a document that outlines the actual budget, which then outlines specific projects.
Yep.
So Norm, unless you tell me otherwise, that means that those specific projects and that funding are incorporated within the ordinance, and that in order to change that document, the budgetary document, we will need to come back and vote to amend the ordinance, which requires 2 readings. That's not a major thing, but it is important to note that the document, as well as the summary within the ordinance itself, are incorporated into this vote that we're taking this evening. And then the only other sort of items that came up, well, in the course of the meeting, we then had almost immediate recourse to say, and actually, Adam, I know that we've already opened this, and perhaps I should have mentioned this earlier. Do we want to vote on this now, or do we want to defer discussion on this until after we've dealt with the funding for the fire trucks? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's up to the full body of council.
It should have occurred to me before now, but it didn't.
Yeah,
Because
that's okay.
it later on in the finance meeting, we then discussed funding for vehicles for the fire department. And I think in this document, we are authorizing 1.2 million in ARPA funds for vehicles for the fire department. But it became pretty clear during the discussions later in the meeting that we were simply wasting money by attempting to finance anything with the fire department instead of funding it with ARPA funds. And so that may or may not be what the rest of council feels like, but I do think that we'll need to have that discussion at some point before. It would be my recommendation, instead of having to come back and amend this next week, and then maybe go for another vote that we amend it to begin with tonight, if that's what we want to do. So we can open that discussion now, or we can wait until we can move on to the rest of the agenda, move this back to later in the agenda, and amend it as we see fit, depending on votes later in the agenda on both the electrical panel and the fire department vehicle.
It's up to the rest of council.
Being in that meeting, the finance meeting that is, I think that would be the best recommendation right now to make this as clean of a process as possible for tonight, and also for next week when we go to second reading.
I agree.
I agree. I'm in favor of opening this up for discussion right now. So we have a bunch of our firefighters in the back of the room. I'm sure would like to get out of here.
Yeah.
Norm, procedurally, how will we do that? If we opened up debate on this?
Well, the easiest might be just table this to later in the meeting.
Okay. All right, is there a motion to table?
Move it.
Second.
All right, all those, this is Frank on the motion to table.
Mr. Allison,
Yes.
Mr. Mackey,
Yes.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Bider,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz.
Yes.
Mr. Yoder.
Yes. All right, that is tabled for now. So let's do this. We'll go to item 10, which is the new authority, and then we can talk about the fire trucks, if that's okay with everybody. I mean, 6 one way, half dozen the other. They're both, I think, what the final 2 things that people were here for.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say it
Yeah.
might be wise to.
Correct.
Right.
So, all right, item 10 then, Mrs. Frank.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Williamsport, Lycoming County, Pennsylvania, regarding formation of a new transportation authority.
Is there a motion and a second?
Move it.
Second.
All right, Mr. Wonder, good evening, sir.
Good evening, everyone. This is an ordinance to enact basically a transit authority to start the process. The biggest reason for this ordinance is to get the process started with an EIN number. I know there's been a lot of conversation about this. It's been on a lot of people's minds for a lot of years. Based upon the public hearing tonight and the folks that are all sitting out there watching this, I think it's pretty well known that's what is needed to be done. I agree it needs to be done properly. The biggest thing I can tell you is Jill has done this numerous times over the last couple of years. We are not the first agency to transfer to an authority. We are the last in the state of Pennsylvania. So it's not like we're reinventing the wheel. She knows the process very well. The EIN number is definitely going to assist with getting city council answers they would like. Based upon our conversation, the Transit Oversight Committee meeting, we intend to have a lot of those answers out to all of you probably by the end of the weekend. Ones we can answer right away, minus the pension piece. I will say that through this whole process, we have been very open with all the employees at River Valley Transit. The mayor has been great with this whole process. He's really been pushing forward. 2 years at River Valley Transit through COVID, through an attorney general's investigation, has been very stressful for everybody there. So this finally gives them something to look forward to. The biggest piece of this is, yes, the employees need to be number one. So that has been the biggest priority. I can tell you based upon our conversations, pension, seniority, anything you can think of, we have thought about, and the employees will lose nothing, and we'll be sure that the city loses nothing. So I urge all of you tonight to give this a yes vote and let us progress forward and hash out the rest of the details as we move. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wonder. And I can speak to some of the conversation that we had in transit oversight on Tuesday. So we had about probably a 40-minute discussion. It took up a lot of the meeting on this in general. What is needed? What does the process look like? What are the actual details that we need to flush out and identify? The big categories, if you would, that we talked about that we need to identify are, and I would say in order that I think over the next, 3-ish meetings that we're going to put a focus on and flushing those details out. First and foremost, I think the city and the interconnections that exist between RVT and the city. There are a number of just shared services that have been going on for a long time and are still going on that we need a plan for on how we're going to formally cut those ties, and mainly on the city's end, make up for getting those services. If we're relying on RVT now, we shouldn't be doing that. And we've been trying to get that moving, especially in accordance with some of the recommendations from PennDOT and their performance review. And the formal ask for the next meeting for you, Mr. Wonder, and for Mayor Slaughter is to be ready to speak to what that plan looks like. How are we going to do that? What's the timeline look like to accomplish that, so we can check that very important box off. The second big category was really governance, okay? And understanding what does governance need to look like? How do we put this authority in a position of success to make sure that they're in a position to operate efficiently and in a position of growth, but how do we mitigate some of the bad practices that we have uncovered, and how do we keep that from happening, in addition to the process of severing out River Valley Transit, right? And a big part of that is identification of board members. So what you'll see in front of you, there are 5 elected officials from the city listed in there. That is a temporary measure just so that we can get the process started to get the EIN number, what have you. The full expectation, at least from Transit Oversight and with the administration and with Jill, is that in about 4 weeks, we will have new board members identified. And in addition to having them identified, we want to flush out how are they going to be appointed, and how are they going to be, how are we going to incorporate what the community looks like? Go ahead.
The only thing I'll add is Norm did add in how they will be appointed in this document.
Yeah, I mean,
It will be appointment by the mayor with council approval.
certainly. I mean, the reason I'm saying that is, we don't need to get into the details.
Right.
but
I just want to make sure you knew that was in there.
It is in there, but
Yes.
I mean, I can say for one, I'm not convinced that's the best approach. personally, as an officer of the city. I could be convinced that there's a better way to do it. I don't know if it's at the county level or somewhere else, but I think that's part of the discussion, certainly. So that's all that I'm saying about part of what the discussion was in transit oversight, right?
Mhm.
And then the third component was the employees, and this isn't an order of importance. This is an order of, I think, how much detail needs to be flushed out, really. We talked about in 6 weeks, having the details on what's the pension transfer process look like, benefits, understanding the process and making sure that we have all of our Ts crossed and Is dotted in relation to that transfer process with all of that. What does the transfer of property look like? What do we need to do there? What are our options there? All that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of details over the next, let's say, 6-ish weeks, I'd say, that we're going to focus on flushing out. But to Mr. Wonder's point, what this does is this enables us to start the process of administratively getting that going. Jill needs an EIN with the state. That takes a little bit of time to get that started. So this formally just simply enables her to do that. We fully will and expect to come back and probably make changes to this, mainly with different board members, maybe more board members, that kind of stuff. So that was the discussion in transit oversight. To kind of sum up, I think the process that we're going to go down, at least from a committee perspective. I'll open the floor and Mr. Allison has a question.
To that point about who appoints the authority members, Norm, could you speak to that?
Under the Supreme Court decision, the appointment under the Municipal Authorities Act, it's by the mayor with the advice and consent of council. So that's why we put that language into the.
We went through that with the water authority. And
This is the same statute as the water authority and the sanitary authority.
previous to that, council did appoint authority.
It's always a
members.
council position. The statute itself used the term governing body, which most places, municipalities looked at as their council. It was challenged before the Supreme Court, and they ruled unanimously that for optional third-class cities, governing body means appointment by the mayor with the advice and consent of council. So, and that was changed a number of years ago.
Okay, I just wanted clarity on that. I thought that law held true in this matter as well.
Mrs. Katz.
During the meeting, we did discuss that we were adamant that all employees of River Valley are safe, all of their benefits, their vacations, their sick time, their comp time, all of that is going to be transferred over into the authority. They will lose absolutely nothing. Even the employees that are only there a short period of time,
Correct.
that's not going to be affected at all. I want to clarify that.
No, the best term to use is all employees will be made whole. They do have a contract that it, doesn't expire until 2024. I know the term termination was used, but it's actually the best way to explain it is their end date under the city of Williamsport will be June 30th. Their start date under RVTA will be July 1st. I guess the other big point I just want to make is, whoever the board members become, naturally, there's going to be a training process, and Jill's going to spend a lot of time with other consultants, trainings in these individuals, because let's be honest, all of us over the last 2 years have started to learn transit. It's been a big stepping stone, and with the transit boards, it takes some time. It does. There's different things that pop up. So, trying to have council oversee transit right now is a big challenge because different things come up that need decisions made right away. Endless Mountain will reach out to them and get an emergency meeting with no problem. It's just different things are going to come up, and transit's evolving every day, and there's a lot more to learn. So I think the big thing for everybody to remember is we need that window of opportunity to train board members as well. And the board members we want are whether it's individuals that use transit or affiliated with transit in some fashion. I mean, we don't want to look necessarily at politicians, and no disrespect in that fashion, but we want people that are using it so they can give their insight as well.
I think the best way to describe it is this should not be political. This
No.
should be for the benefit and the best interest of, are we still going to call this River Valley?
Yes, it's River Valley Transit
Okay.
Authority will be the official name.
What's interesting with this, and I'm going to say this, in the past administration, the past general manager, he went after he wanted to do the authority also. In fact, Jill, I think you were brought on by him because of your expertise in this. So this has been a long time in the process. I don't know if everybody's aware of that, but this has been talked about for a good many years. And it's, good that this is coming to fruition at this point. The other thing that we did discuss about this was to make sure that this is not going to cost the taxpayers of Williamsport any money in this transfer at all, to
No.
make sure that that doesn't come about. If it does, we should know this up front.
In Jill and I's opinion, this is going to save taxpayers money based upon the things that we've looked into so far. I mean, expansion that could potentially save on the local match. The other part is if we can expand River Valley Transit, that naturally creates more jobs. I mean, my vision for this whole thing is that River Valley Transit touches every other transit agency around us. So if you want to jump on a bus here and go to State College, you have the ability. Right now we're kind of stuck. That's the only way to put it. We can't grow. There's a lot of opportunity out there. And I think that, we need to get on board with taking advantage of that opportunity. We manage Endless Mountain Transportation currently. So, we're sharing, I don't want to say sharing, we're making connections with them. There's different opportunities that come to light. It's just right now under the current climate, we're gridlocked, basically. I mean,
Well, you're gridlocked because we're right in the middle. I do
There's-
want to understand also, you are still going to go towards regionalization? Is that?
that is the
That's,
goal, yes.
that's part of the goal.
Yes.
And the elephant in the room, does the investigation have anything to do with let's create a problem with any of this?
No,
Is that guaranteed?
At this point, I don't think we can wait for the investigation to conclude. Separation is working towards cleaning up any questions the investigation had. So I think if nothing else, it shows our willingness to clean up or correct any missteps that were made in the past. So I think separating now is the appropriate measure, not waiting for that. They're aware, PennDOT is aware that we're moving through this initiative. So I think it's making everyone feel better that whatever mistakes were made in the past, we're trying to correct them moving forward.
And this is, how is this going to affect any of the grants that are either in process or you're going after right now?
that's part of the
With
reason why we
change-
would
with the
like to use,
changeover?
that's part of the reason why we would like to use the July 1 effective date for RVTA. That would be the cleanest way without doing two separate audits, one for half a year for RVT under the city, one for half a year under RVTA. July 1st is the best date to use. I know there's a lot of questions. I mean, and I just to touch on your question about the investigation, when I came to RVT, I was told bluntly, don't look backwards, just look forward. Just do everything you can moving forward correctly and try to clean things up. Never look backwards. So that's all we've done. We've looked forward. Forward is RVTA. I mean, there's no doubt about it. That's the best option for everybody, the city, the employees, the taxpayers, the county. I mean, whatever level you want to look at. There's multiple ideas. I mean, we threw out, do we keep chasing municipalities for local match or do we go to a county level? If you want to go to a county level, your best bet is to grow and service other counties. So it's not just like Cumming County paying local match. There's so much to this, but the question of the buildings, well, I can tell you, we look today, there's $25 million in FTA funds invested in all the buildings, whether it's this one, TT1, Church Street, up at River Valley Transit, the streets and parks buildings. There's federal dollars invested in them from the past. I mean, so there's a $25 million federal investment. That doesn't count the state investment. It doesn't count other grants. I mean, there's a lot. And if you want to know how to save the city taxpayers money, create River Valley Transit Authority. That's the best thing I can tell you. I can tell you it's the best thing for all these employees. I can tell you it's the best thing for the city, best thing for the taxpayers, best thing for the state, best thing for everybody sitting in this room is to create River Valley Transit Authority and do not drag your feet. And I don't mean that disrespectfully. I mean that, like I said, Jill has done this numerous times. She's got the pattern. She knows how it works. We will get you guys the details. We just need the EIN number to get it started.
Which is important. Jill, you said it would take 4 to 6 weeks to get the EIN number.
Yes, so as soon as we pass whatever the final reading of the ordinance, I will have to do a secondary advertisement in the paper here in Lycoming County as well as the Law Journal. And then I will submit that to the Department of State. Because of COVID and remote working, they are about 4 weeks behind. So by the time I get it there, certainly I'll be asking maybe for some assistance to fast track it there. But once I get that EIN number, I've been in contact with the Federal Transit Administration. They know this is coming. That can start all those different grant processes as well as initiate the employee benefits. So pretty much by the time you're finally done, we're looking at about a 4-week turnaround time till the EIN's available.
Which is a shame because it never took that long before.
No, it used to be, I used to be able to upload it and get it the next day.
Exactly. Exactly. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from other members of council? Liz?
Yeah.
Ms. Mueller?
Lots of them, I suppose. I would agree. I mean, I feel as though I've been talking about the idea of making River Valley Transit an authority for at least the last maybe 5 years. It's been an item of discussion for a long time, and I'm happy to see us moving along with it. I'm maybe a little sorry to see us trying to do it in this short a time frame, just because I feel as though it would have been nice to have. I understand the fiscal year turnover. I understand why that makes it simpler. But I wish we could have jump started the process a little earlier so that we had a bit more time to kind of look into it and understand it before we moved on it, before, not this item, but the stuff that's coming. And this is pretty straightforward. Norm, you're telling me that there is no alternative to the mayor appointed council approved membership, correct? Okay, so first off, it is 5 members that we're naming to the board.
Yes,
The document says 7 in writing and 5.
there
in
was a
parentheses.
revised one sent out.
Oh, okay, this was the most recent one that I had. Okay, those members are all elected officials currently.
It's because they're just placeholders. They're just
Okay.
names
Yeah,
in
so we-
place. So what'll happen is,
So we're appointing them
the-
later. Good.
once we
Sorry, I
start
must have missed
appointing
that.
them,
Uh-huh.
all 5 of those members must resign from that. They won't stay there. We're going to appoint 5 new ones under the criteria that they're appointed by the mayor, approved by council.
Good, excellent. Which then makes my second question about whether or not if they weren't elected officials, they continue to serve while employed. I was gonna say, it's gonna take us a long time to get a decent membership on there. All right. Is this ordinance effective on second reading or 20 days after?
20 days after second reading.
Okay, so can we file for the IN before the 20-day mark?
During that 20-day period is when I have to advertise anyway, so it all coincides with my advertisement criteria. So that's about as fast as it can go.
Got it. Okay. And is the redevelopment authority not an authority of the city in the same way that the parking authority and the water and sewer authority are?
They're under a different statute. There's a
Ah,
redevelopment
okay.
authority statute. There's a parking authority statute, there's a housing authority statute.
So the parking authority shouldn't be listed in this document either then?
Under the documents, it requires, I think, that they want to know the names of other authorities. It didn't seem to indicate or limit it to solely under the Municipal Authorities Act.
Got it.
So
They
I want
also,
to be on the safe side.
but they don't care that it's an exhaustive list of other authorities.
Correct. It has to be an example to indicate that you've had other charters in the past.
Okay, got it. But they don't need to be under the same statute, and it also doesn't need to be all of them. Got it. Okay. Up in the text of the actual ordinance, what are the additional services? Just for my better understanding, providing all public transit services and additional services permitted under the Municipalities Authorities Act?
So we put it like that. For instance, you have CNG. So once these articles of incorporation are filed, that kind of gives you the whole gamut of what you can do. So you don't want to, as city council, change it every time. For instance, you might do microtransit. You don't currently do that, but that's something typical transit agencies do. Currently, RVT does not provide shared ride. That might be something that we're starting to do, some ADA service. So rather than change the articles of incorporation at all times, it's attendant transit services that are sponsored by the Federal Transit Administration or PennDOT. So it's listed like that so that you're flexible and don't have to change and do this entire advertisement process, ordinance process every time.
Okay. And public transit services doesn't cover that under that umbrella, so it falls under the rubric of additional services?
Yeah, because under Act 44, there are different types of services like welfare to work, things like that. So public transit is a term of art for the Federal Transit Administration, but there are other services covered by the funding codes.
Okay, got it. And I understand that we're giving RBT the power to dispose of or to maintain the structures that it currently owns. We've discussed that to some extent, but help me to understand what happens with RBT's real estate, where in this process we get into the discussion of who owns what and when.
So in the next 6 weeks to 8 weeks, as we proceed through the process, this is just creating the authority. There's going to have to be multiple agreements between the city and RVT, which is one of the other reasons I need a board for RVT. You'll have to do agreements on what happens with real estate assets. You'll have to transfer other capital assets such as vehicles, bus washes, things like that. You'll have to be looking at all those things. We'll have to come up with a payment arrangement where RVT is probably going to be paying back the city or giving them some type of funding to offset pension issues. So all of those things will be happening down the road. I need the board first to enter into those agreements with the city. So all of that will be happening as we go forward. Basically, what will happen is the authority is being created, but it will go live when you authorize the swearing in of the officers. So basically, until you have in your mind how all of those things are going to work, you're not going to be necessarily swearing in the officers of the authority. That will give you the time as we wait for the EIN, start to deal with benefits to work out real estate and all those other issues, which is going to have to be, again, a discussion and agreement between the new authority and the city, because there'll be a lot of transfers there.
Right. So if I can just, Derek, do you have in mind names of people who will be serving on this authority?
I don't have any definite names, but I have some people in mind.
Okay. Because I think that it sounds to me as though it would behoove council, either as individual members or perhaps as a whole, to get some idea of what we would like to see happen during this transition process. Specifically, I would say regarding real estate, but also smaller assets.
Yeah.
And to understand when we're discussing the appointees, I guess because so much of this has to happen so quickly, I don't want to be holding up the process of appointing a board because we don't know what we want from that board and how to communicate to them what we expect of their service. Or to have Derek bring somebody to us with whom we disagree on some essential tenet of how to handle transit and to have to go back to the drawing board on certain members. So I guess, Derek, to the extent that we could try to start vetting those names as soon as possible, it seems like that might be a wise idea. And maybe engaging in some discussions that I don't believe would need to be a public discussions necessarily about how we foresee the transition taking place so that we can keep the potential board members informed and so that we can make certain that we're all on the same page. Okay. And Randy, I'm really glad you aren't getting suckered into this. So I saw everybody's names and I was like, wow, this is going to be a lot of work. Sorry, guys. Not close reading. All right. Aside from that, yeah, I agree with you, Adam. I agree with the administration in general. This is something that should have happened a long time ago. And I think that we all realized that, but weren't certain how to make that process happen, especially with, a staff at RVT that was less than interested in the authority process for obvious reasons. I think it will be a benefit to us. I feel that especially just because the transit authority, the business of the transit system is so greatly divorced already from the business of the city that to try to sort of ally the two or bring them together, it has seemed to me like a poor fit for ever since I got elected. But it's just they're apples and oranges at this point. And maybe it wasn't always that way, but it certainly has been for a long time, especially now that we serve not even just the city of Williamsport, not even just the county, but also other counties. It's just bigger than us now. So I'm glad to see us moving forward with it. Just a little sorry about how quickly we're doing it, and grateful to the transit oversight board and to the leadership at RVT and the leadership in the city that we're working on such a tight timeline and working hard to make this the best transition we can. Thanks, guys.
Any other questions or comments from members of council? Mr. Allison?
I have a few comments. Having been formerly employed with a local utility that was sold twice in the time I was there, I know somewhat of the stress that puts on the structure, the people, the changeover, the unknowns, all those things. And I just want to commend the transit employees, the union, the staff members that are here tonight. You're showing tonight in unison speaks a lot, speaks more than words about what you care about, where your heart's at. And I think that's evident in the function of our transit authority. All negatives aside that are around the periphery of all this, at the core, I think we have, personally, I think we have the best transit system in the state. And I think at times that's been recognized. And they've just kept doing their job. They've served the community and surrounding communities, and they've done A+ in my eyes. And I'm glad we're able to do this and launch them, and that part of that has been under the city, launch it into new territory where they can function in the way that a transit authority, a transit business is supposed to function, free of political encumbrances and just getting the job done. I do want to say that, yeah, I mean, obviously, we're all in favor of this. And I know there are some details to be taken care of, but at least I can speak for myself. I do not know a whole lot about governance and how it works with transit. That's a whole field that I'm not versed in, and I don't want to step into it. I want to get out of the way so that things can move ahead and they can do what they do best. And that's the goal that I have over the next few months as we see this process through. And I just want to thank all that came tonight to show your solidarity and to show your love of the city, the communities that you serve, and the job that you do.
Agreed, Randy. Well said. Any other? Any other comments or questions from other members of council? All right, hearing and seeing none. Mrs. Frank on the motion, please.
Mr. Allison,
Yes.
Mr. Mackey,
Yes.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Viter,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz.
Yes.
Mr. Yoder.
Yes, motion passes 7-0. Thank you, everybody. All right, let's move. Let's do item 14. We'll talk about some fire apparatus next. Mrs. Frank, short form, please, on item 14.
Resolution authorizing the execution of a purchase agreement with Blick Fire Equipment Company for the purchase of fire apparatus.
Is there a motion and a second?
So move.
Second.
Let's give it a minute or two so that everybody that's gonna not hang out for the rest of the meeting has a chance to get out and can minimize noise. But we can, I'll turn it over to you, Chief Ungst. How are you, sir?
Doing well. President Yoder, Vice President Katz, fellow members of council. Before you is a resolution for your consideration to add the mayor, controller, and city clerk signature to the original contract between the city of Williamsport and Glick Fire Equipment Company for the purchase of 2 pumpers and a tower ladder truck at a cost of $3.2 million. The purchase was previously approved by Resolution 9229 on December 16th, 2021. At the Finance Committee meeting on Tuesday, 3 options were offered, with option of $2.5 million from ARPA funds and $700,000 from the Community Development Block Grant funds, making the most fiscal sense. If we were to purchase through to finance through Pierce or PNC, we would pay nearly $183,000 in interest over the lifespan of the loan if we financed $1.2 million over 7 years. Doing any sort of financing would be an unnecessary burden on the taxpayers when ARPA and CDBG funds are available to pay the entire amount.
All right, thanks, Chief. This was reviewed and discussed in finance.
It was indeed. It was indeed. And I think the numbers really break out a bit. Obviously, we already, we had discussed spending this much money for fire equipment, albeit from a different vendor, and discussed taking some portion of the purchase price from ARPA funding. I think what we sort of broke out during the Finance Committee meeting was we were fortunate to have someone from PNC Bank, I think, on the line talking about the breakdown of interest and payments over the next 7 years if we were to finance. And when we're talking about financing, we're looking at a 7-year financing option. It's not a 20-year financing option or something like that. In the course of the loan for 1.2 million, I believe our interest payments were about 180,000. We were paying about 180,000 in interest in addition to the 1.2, obviously. And we were taking about $180,000 out of the city's general fund budget every year. I guess the net effect to me was the thinking that I came to in the Finance Committee, and I believe my fellow finance members agreed with me. We're looking at expending ARPA funding for lost revenue over the next 5 years, give or take, to the tune of $7 million. And simultaneously, we would be taking funding from the general fund budget into which we were putting the lost revenue funding to pay off this loan and paying $180,000 more for it than we would pay if we just paid for it outright. So it seemed as though the most sensible thing would be to take the funding directly from the ARPA pot, even if part of that is moving it down from lost revenue to meet that need, because I don't believe that we have that much additional funding in the public safety category right now. And eliminate the interest that we would be paying, especially when this particular debt only lines out over 7 years, and we would be, we could potentially be utilizing lost revenue over the next 5 through 2026. It just seemed to make more sense to pay for this outright, if that's in fact the route we're taking. We did discuss whether or not there were other sources of funding within the city budget. Mr. Pavlik at the time didn't believe there was anything additional in Act 13, and I'm assuming that hasn't changed, correct? While we do occasionally find extra money in the city budget, it's not that common an occurrence. But the $700,000 in CDBG funding, obviously we felt should be taken advantage of, and then the remainder should come from ARPA funds. So I think the discussion at finance did not relate specifically to the apparatus, largely, at least not to my recollection, but related to the way in which we were funding the purchase of the apparatus, because of course, I believe we secure a discount of maybe $114,000 if we pay within the next 60 days, even though we're not required to make payment for the apparatus until 18 months out or something, until we receive it. And so,
If I may jump in there. They're also just planned to have a 90-day window as well.
Okay,
So they're coming up with a contract saying that as well.
got it. Okay, so anyway, regardless, if we make payment well before we receive the apparatus, we can receive a substantial discount. So if we are willing to authorize the funding out of ARPA, that enables us to take advantage of both the discount and not paying interest on a loan. It's not an opportunity that we often have, but it does seem like it might be wise. The only other point we discussed, and I think we were unanimous in this, was that the lifetime of these pieces of equipment is, generally speaking, I had understood that the tower actually was a longer lived piece of equipment, but you're saying all of it is about 12 to 15 years?
It varies by piece,
Okay.
depending on the use. The tower we could probably get about 15 years out of it, maybe.
Okay,
The engines, most likely 12 to 14, somewhere around there.
got it. So given that we know that it will cost us more than 3.2 million to replace those when they are eventually defunct in 12 to 15 years, we discussed that we should still be setting aside approximately $200,000 annually in the fire department budget, escrowing it, so to speak, for the purchase of future vehicles 12 years down the road, so that we're not in the position of having to finance those either, enabling us to save ourselves what's likely to be close to $500,000 in interest if we were to have to finance the entire $3 million purchase. So I think I will defer to other members of finance because it is definitely possible this evening that I might have forgotten some of the details. But that's at least the high points of the discussion that we had on Tuesday.
What I would add to that discussion that Ms. Mealy left out would simply be the maintenance fees that you're currently paying on the trucks in the fleet, worked out to be about $65,000. There will obviously be maintenance fees with new vehicles, but they should be substantially less than $65,000, which I'm sure you would love to see that added to the bottom line of your budget.
Absolutely.
At the end of the year. We discussed, as well as also mentioned, the ARPA funding, where that would come from. I am very concerned as to where those dollars will be coming from, simply because this is something that unfortunately you had to step into midstream. And through this process, I've been very curious as to what the plan was all along, whether it was supposed to be from ARPA funding, whether it was supposed to be financed, but then knowing that we have no option to finance because of the lack of audits that the city has. So it was disturbing in that regard. I do appreciate you taking that on and giving us these options, but I think that there's much more that we as council need to discuss at this point.
Mr. Allison.
Yeah, Liz covered it well, and Eric did as well. I think the banker there said, other than the audits, we could produce internal information that would suffice for them to make the loan. But that, again, it didn't make fiscal sense. I think the three of us were of a mind that
Yeah, they actually seemed relatively interested in giving us a loan, although we would have had to pull together some financial information. But by the time you go through the hassle for Joe of pulling together that financial information, especially in the absence of an audit, and then the additional cost to the city, and frankly, to me, it just didn't make any sense to be putting $900,000 in lost revenue into a budget over the course of 5 years while paying $180,000 of that rate directly back out on a loan. It just seemed, it's six of one, half dozen of the other.
Yeah, the counter I would make the argument to for that is, I mean, we hit this a few times when we went through our last budget. We continue to deficit spend, and I mean, I like the idea of putting money aside year over year to the tune of a few $100,000 for 15 years, but I mean, I can't sit here and tell you where we're going to get $200,000
Right.
when we're already, short $2 million, and this may be a minority opinion, but when we look at the ARPA budget, I frankly think as much, if we solve the fiscal issue,
Right.
so many other issues fix themselves. And so I I understand the logic and I think, get there, but I don't know that I can get there pulling it from lost revenue, given that, that is an opportunity for us to hopefully address that just root cause of so many other issues that we have in the city. If we can fix that, we can afford more officers, we can afford more fire equipment, we can afford more public works equipment, we can afford more employees. I mean, we're, at the bone, right? So
Wait, help me, sorry, Adam, but how is lost revenue addressed? It would seem like economic development would be addressing.
both of them for sure, but it gets the money unrestricted, right? And so, and when you start to look at tackling the deficit, I mean, it's growing revenue and minimizing expenses, right? And so if you get that money unrestricted and you can put it in areas that currently we couldn't do
Right.
to minimize expenditures,
Right.
that seems to be a very prudent option, whether it's paying down debt, whether it's looking at our pension obligation, because those are two very large numbers that we have year over year that just hurt us every year.
Agreed.
So that's in my mind, but
Yeah. I mean, I do think the paying down debt continues to be a wise use of any funding that we can throw at it, simply because we are paying on that debt, but we do also, as I believe Mr. Pavlik has reminded us, need to look at the source of those debts and whether or not they can be paid down in advance in some cases. So
Mrs. Katz, you had your hand up.
Chief, I can't find the email that you sent with the expenses that it would take to bring up the firehouse to speed. I mean, there's a lot of problems in the firehouse. If I'm remembering the email, like I said, I can't find it on my phone right now, driving me crazy. I hate this. And if I remember correctly, we're talking several $100,000s in order to fix everything that needs to be fixed. If I remember correctly, what is trying to rack my brain here, security,
Yeah.
mold.
Yes.
What were some of the other factors that you need to get fixed?
The cracking walls, the roof, the boiler, we have a boiler, but we're waiting for a part for it.
I'm sorry, I'm throwing this at you too.
Yeah.
The only reason I'm coming up with this is because we take the 3.2 out of ARPA. This gives you money then to start fixing up what needs to be fixed up there, which has been put on the back burner for how many years? It constantly, every year, it gets, oh, we'll get to it, we'll get to it, and we never get to it.
Yeah.
And, this way, this would free up some money to at least bring everything up that needs to be done in that part of your area. I hate to think of what you're dealing with as far as with the mold, the roof and things like that. It just doesn't, to me, I hear that all the time and it shouldn't be. It really shouldn't be. So that's where I would like to see the extra money, if there's any extra money, go towards the infrastructure of the firehouse.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any other comments or questions? Mr. Mackey?
Thank you, President Yoder. I did leave the finance meeting a little bit early. So of these, I just want to be clear on this, of these three options that the chief sent, 1 and 2 are on the table. 2.5 million ARPA, 700,000 CDBG. Is that correct?
I think that was the one that was on the table. I don't think the 3.2 ARPA was on the table.
When I say on the table, these are the two that we're not financing anything. As far as I'm concerned, I want to make sure that.
That's the discussion that we're having right
Right,
now.
well,
I don't think we're.
I
funding
understand that.
anything.
Thank
I
you
don't think
clarifying.
one's on the table.
Okay. My point
Okay.
is, what I'm trying to say is, I understand we're having the conversation right now, I guess. As far as I'm concerned, we're not financing anything, right? If we have 700,000 of CDBG money available, according to this first draft of this budget, we have 1.2 million for fire trucks, fire apparatus, which tells me we need to come up with what, another $1.3 million. Okay, so, and I know we're going to have this discussion here in a little bit, but then I start looking at things like COVID related expenses. We've got $900,000 budgeted for that. Mr. Mayor, what have we spent on COVID related expenses to date? And COVID seems to be going in the other direction as far as I can tell. So I guess what I'm saying is that almost gets us there. And then I look at, future projects reserved, there's $2.4 million in there as well. So in my mind, getting to that number is not going to be that difficult.
John, I would agree. I mean, I'm more than comfortable with option two. It's what, 2.3 plus 700K or what have you. I mean, I would like this. I'll be interested to see what everybody says about how we get there with that line item when we get there. I personally would prefer to not take anything out of fiscal relief. And again, that's just because it gets it under restricted. We can use it in areas where we're not able to right now. But to your point, though, there are other areas throughout this where I think we can find that. I agree with your point. Is what I'm saying.
To Miss Mealy's point, for me, this is where our investment in economic development is hopefully going to rear its head in 10 years, right? So again, for me, and I know we're going to have this conversation later. I'm in full support of buying these trucks outright. The idea that we would finance anything when we're sitting on this kind of money, it makes zero sense in my mind. So at any rate.
To me, it would somewhat depend on the terms of the financing, but in this case, I think this is clearly the wisest option.
Mr. Allison.
Wanting to hear what the mayor had to say about that 900.
Yeah, the COVID.
Yeah, I don't have the number with me right offhand, but we are tracking that and we're not anywhere near the 900,000. So we can get that number to you. We're trying.
Something else that was mentioned that I did want to bring up again, Chief, in the meeting was the addition of a pump on the ladder truck. That was going to be an additional $86,000 that was quoted at present for that. Because with the spec that is currently being delivered, it does not have the ability to carry or pump water. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it will have the ability to do both going forward.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Allison and then Mr. Pelosi.
And that's an important point. I don't think the ladder truck without a pump is going to serve the purpose if it gets there first. How many gallons will that carry?
Anywhere between 300 and 500 gallons.
Okay, so
As
that's,
a matter of fact, just today, both engines were out on a call in the upper parts of Campbell Street. And they were dispatched to a car fire down by the recycling center. The tower was first there, pulled a line off the tower and put the fire out.
Yeah.
With the water from the tower. So that's just another example of why that truck does need a pump and tank on it.
exactly. That's all.
Mr. Pelosi.
Thank you. So all I did, I just wanted to point out, President Yoder, that looking at fiscal relief, if we're not comfortable necessarily taking the 1.3 million that we would need to out of fiscal relief to fund option number 2. And in my opinion, it's not 1.3 million anymore. It's 1.4 presumably to make sure we have the 86 for the pump and for the water capacity.
Right.
Now
that the 86,000 for that pump wouldn't come due until we take delivery of the apparatus.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
You bet.
I'm looking over here, economic development, public works, recreation, public safety. If we break that down, we're at approximately $350,000 that we need to find over those remaining areas if we don't want to touch fiscal relief. When you spread that amount out over everything that we've allocated, it's a relatively small impact to all the other projects that we're looking to fund. And, I certainly think that this is something that we should definitely do. I certainly would never want to jeopardize the safety and well-being of anybody in the city or anybody for that matter. And obviously the livelihood and the well-being of our firefighters. So I think that this is certainly something that we should find the money for to make sure that we can get this going.
Certainly.
Thank you.
The only question I had, and I didn't catch this from your narrative from finance, Ms. Neely. Do we have these savings? Because technically the contract we executed isn't valid because it wasn't executed by the right person. So like, are the savings that we're trying to obtain by executing that, are they?
Guaranteed?
Yes.
Yes,
They are.
yes. And
Okay, you
that's-
talked to the vendor and you
Yes.
explained the situation.
Yep.
Okay,
Yes, and that's why they sent us back a copy. Excuse me. They sent us back a copy of the signed contract with the addition of 3 separate locations for the mayor, the controller, and the city clerk to sign.
so even though it's not valid, they're gonna honor it.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Ms. Mealy, you have your hand up.
Yeah, and I just wanted to point out that I misspoke, Adam. I wasn't actually proposing that we take anything out of lost revenue, but rather just from the fiscal relief category if we had no place else to take it. Rather, because we have that 2.4 million that you just kind of threw in there, it seemed like the wisest place to take it from.
I understood.
But yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't propose that we take it from lost revenue directly. It simply seemed like the broadest category that we had.
Yeah. No, understood.
But I'm sure that we can find it somewhere, and
Yes.
I think that unfortunately is something we should be discussing before we discuss that budget. So perhaps understanding that we can always go back in and move funding around again, perhaps we agree to take half of the future projects reserved from public safety and take the remainder from future projects reserved in fiscal relief. Or
Yeah, I was gonna say all of future projects reserved from public safety and then the rest from fiscal relief. But-
that's fine with me.
Yeah.
I'm just saying we should have some sort of game plan
Yeah.
because we do need to vote on it tonight. So
Yep,
we're gonna have an
understood.
idea.
That's what I would personally say, but I mean, I'm only one of 7, so I
But
certainly.
we can
respect
always
that.
take some of the money and put it into public safety if we find a project that deserves it.
Correct. Okay. Oh, should have said something, could have passed them down. All right. Are there any other questions or comments from members of council on this one? Okay. Hearing, seeing none, Mrs. Frank on the motion, please.
Mr. Allison.
Yes.
Mr. Mackey.
Yes.
Mr. Pelisi.
Yes.
Mr. Bider.
Yes.
Ms. Mealy.
Yes.
Mrs. Katz.
Yes.
Mr. Yoder.
Yes, motion passes 7-0. Chief, thank you very much. Good work with your feet thrown into the fire there. And thanks, Finance Committee, and thank you all 6 of you. We got more work ahead of us, certainly related to it, but good discussion nonetheless. So
Thank you all very much. We appreciate it.
you're welcome. You're welcome. So let's talk about where's the pool? While we're on ARPA stuff, we might as well talk about the pool. 22. All right, Mrs. Frank, item 22, please. And Janice, do me a favor. I'm gonna hit some of these numbers as we go through because we're bouncing around. So just remind me. I'll repeat them.
Resolution authorizing the use of ARPA funds to install and upgrade electrical panel at Memorial Pool.
Is there a motion and a second?
So move. Second.
Mr. Livermore, good evening, sir.
Good evening. What you have before you is a resolution authorizing the use of ARPA funds to install an upgraded electrical panel at the Memorial Pool. The panel will consist of obviously new panel, circuits, a box, wiring, and the grounding rods. Making this upgrade will ensure that the pool will have a smooth startup once the liner gets put in. The work that will be done on the electrical will be done in-house by the Public Works, which will save $4,000 to $5,000 keeping it in-house. Obviously, using the ARPA money or the pool donations would be what you guys decide.
This was reviewed, remind me.
Reviewed in finance and
Finance.
passed with a positive recommendation on.
Ms. Mealy?
I feel as though I'm getting to go first on all of these items. It's just not fair tonight. Anyway, yes, this was reviewed in finance and forwarded to the full body of council with a positive recommendation. According to Mr. Livermore and to a certain extent, Mr. Winder, who had prior experience with this, there's work being done by PP&L at Memorial Park that simply makes this a very advantageous time, both cost-wise and just timing-wise to take care of this issue. We'll save some money. We'll also, there'll be less bureaucratic hassle, and I think all the way around it makes sense. In terms of the question of whether or not to derive this from American Rescue Plan Act funding, actually, I don't recollect that we discussed during finance whether there's any funding within the recreation budget or the streets and parks budget that we can pull this from.
We didn't.
Okay, we didn't, you say
No.
discuss that? Yeah, no, we didn't. We should have. So, is there, it is $12,000. It could, of course, come out of ARPA. I think the one thing we discussed was whether there is some funding remaining in the memorial pool line, and we could take it from there. And I don't believe the administration has any particular attachment. I'll defer to Mr. Livermore and the mayor of where the money comes from. They just like to make sure that it happens. But Mr. Pavlik, I'm assuming this early in the year, we aren't seeing any gaping holes in the public works budget that would allow us to say we're going to take it out of there. So, and do you know how much money remains in that pool fund for maintenance of Memorial Pool?
I believe it's around 100,000.
Okay, and we didn't touch it for the liner. It was 110 or 112.
No, what we discussed with the liner was, I believe, at the time, it was going to come back and determine what portion we wanted to take out of the donation, fund donation, and then what portion of ARPA.
And how much is the liner? I can't remember. It was about 100K, wasn't it?
What was the liner? Around 115, I believe.
So what you're telling me actually is that we need to have a line in ARPA if that's how we're funding it for both the liner and the electrical. So I think the initial discussion then needs to be, to what extent do we want to have some sort of escrowed funding for ongoing maintenance of Memorial Pool versus utilizing that funding now to make existing repairs in Memorial Pool and then see what happens next time we need something down there. Or do we want to take it out of ARPA and leave that funding in place in the city's budget so that it exists the next time we need some kind of repair? But we're looking at something around $130,000 between the two different items. And we have, I believe, 112 escrowed, now that I think about it, but it could be 110, Mr. Pavlik. Yeah. And that once again goes back to the reserved funds in recreation and whether we're allocating any of those.
Okay. Are there any other comments from other members of the finance committee or other members of council? If we're gonna look at the pool liner, additional stuff and that, I can be okay with that. We have 1.4 million initially on future project reserve and recreation. It's easy to pull from that. I would have no issue with that. I think, and just in general with ARPA, as we start to spend some of this money, we really need to, I think, flush out the compliance aspect of this just to make sure. I know Mayor Slaughter, you're working through that. That's great. Hopefully we can see that soon. But just to be better safe than sorry.
And when you say flush out compliance, you're saying that
Make sure that a lot of this is actually compliant, and more importantly, on the back end, that we have the auditing requirements taken care of, that reporting is taken care of. It's not a big deal now because we're not spending a lot of money, but I suspect it's going to be a very big deal, and we don't really have the personnel that are as familiar with that we need, and B, in quantity probably.
It sounds to me, Mr. Yoder, like what you're requesting is that we should look at bringing in a consultant to deal with compliance for ARPA.
Yes.
Yep,
Okay.
and that's what we're looking into. So I have a
Okay.
number
Yes.
of RFPs that other municipalities have used,
Okay,
and I'll be sending them to our solicitors for review to
Okay.
get that out. So yes.
good.
Yeah,
Okay,
and I just, I'm just saying that simply because, we're starting to spend money and this is great.
Mhm.
Let's get that taken care of in concurrence and at the same time so that we don't get too far down the road and make that effort any harder.
Got it. The one thing that I would add then to that discussion is that if we were, not that I am but even remotely an expert on the rules governing the use of ARPA funding, but it would seem like the pool liner might more meet the requirements of recreation than an upgraded electrical panel. So that if we were going to take funding for one from ARPA and funding for the other from the Memorial Pool Fund,
Yeah.
perhaps we should be taking this particular item from Memorial Pool and then the liner from ARPA.
Yeah.
But,
And I'd be okay with that too.
yes, all of my expertise and familiarity with legislation, which is to say nothing,
Yep.
leads me to think that might be a wiser idea.
Mrs. Katz, then Mr. Allison.
Mayor, this is for you. You said you sent out RFPs. Have you had any response yet?
So no, they didn't go out yet.
Oh, they didn't
So
go
I've
out.
reached out to other municipalities to see what they were
I saw
using.
there was one email that came down. again. I
Right,
couldn't
so
find
I've-
it on my phone.
Yeah, so I have a number of different ones that municipalities have used, kind of looking over those and then going to send to our solicitors for review. And then obviously we'll put it out. So, and I agree that that should go out sooner rather than later. So just as soon as it gets solicitor approval, I'll put it out there.
Our McGee also does this. And they talked about this at our last pension meeting.
Yeah, there's a number of, and actually ZA, who we're using for our city audits, they do it as well. But yeah, there are a number of firms out there that, and e-consults do too. So I think we won't have any issue getting responses to the RFP.
Because we have to start spending this money now for
Right.
some of the important things
Yep.
that we need. So, that's in motion.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, it's already in motion. I agree.
Thank you.
Mr. Allison.
As far as the recreational component, that panel, the current panel is how old?
50 years, maybe?
Yeah.
A little older.
So,
Let's
and
hope not.
It's to where, it's at the point to where our electricians don't even want to touch it because if they do, it may break.
right,
So,
And-
and that's, and the one panel is actually in the chlorine room, which we want to move
right.
out of that one room
Yeah.
to make it safer for the
And-
people in
So
there.
why would you want to do that?
But if that panel.
We did a
goes-
lot. People did things really backwards 50, 60 years
Hey, man, I
ago.
lived in a bunch of houses with gas electric fixtures, okay? Don't you tell me.
Hey, I hear you. I hear you.
Just to make the point though, if that panel goes down, the pool's down
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
so there isn't any recreation. So it,
Yeah,
in a
correct.
sense, it is part of the
Yeah.
recreation program.
Yeah.
To provide that service.
Mrs. Katz, you have another question?
I just one more question for you, Scott. We're doing LED lighting. Is this going to light up the pool more at this point
Yeah,
with this? Are we putting in more lights?
Not
Thank-
any more than
not
what's
anymore.
there. It's just replacing the bulbs that are there. We're changing them over to LEDs, which obviously would be more cost efficient. I didn't get a price like we were talking in finance. I know it's about 30 to 40% difference in cost. And it all depends on how many night swims we have, but it'll promote more night swims for the schools that come in. So,
And
yeah.
generally speaking, LEDs are actually brighter
Brighter,
as
yes.
well. So
Yep.
so it is, so there will be more light as well as less
Yeah.
expense, right? But yeah.
Just, that was just a final question.
Are there any other comments or questions from members of council? I mean, I think similar to the fire apparatus discussion, I mean, we're gonna take some of this out of ARPA and there's areas where we can, I mean, and so I'm not too concerned about that, but I guess just related to this, any other? Okay. Mrs. Frank on the motion then, please.
Mr. Allison,
Yes.
Mr. Mackey,
Yes.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Bider,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz.
Yes.
Mr. Yoder.
Yes, motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Livermore. Sit tight, we'll need you here a little bit later. So, do we want to go back to the ARPA ordinance or do we want to continue through, knock everything else out? Any preference, Mr. Pelisi?
If I may recommend that we move to agenda item resolution authorizing the execution of fees increases for the use of Bowman Field. I know there's some people that have been here
Oh.
waiting patiently. So if we could
Sorry. Yeah, absolutely. For that item, I'm going to turn this over to Mrs. Katz. I'll be abstaining from that item. My employer is referenced in this just to be safe. And I think Mr. Blighter was going to also.
Yes, my brother is employed by one of the agencies referenced in that as well, so I will be abstaining.
All right,
Okay, this
I'll
is
turn it over to Mrs. Katz.
Kayla. Mrs. Frank, could you read in short form?
A resolution authorizing the execution of fee increases for the use of Bowman Field.
Hello, everyone. So what you have in front of you is a resolution to increase the fees to utilize Bowman Field. As you guys all are aware, MLB has came into the city and upgraded our field tremendously to a standard that the city could not do alone. In the process of that, recently, the scoreboard has been digitized, updated, and come along with a bunch of features that have never been offered previously. So previously, our old scoreboard was able to be utilized by a person of that team coming in. This now will have to have a special person that's trained on this to program the screen, to do this, the scores, the innings, the hits, everything of that nature, as well as the fee for rental per game. Everybody has a highlighted page. Everything on that highlighted is what is going to be updated and changed from previous years.
This came to Public Works.
Correct.
And this was passed with a positive recommendation. Anybody from Public Works, would you like to make any statements on this?
I would just say, obviously, it makes sense that we would have to do this. So with the increase of technology and specialized training, we have to bring those people in. There's no way around it.
Yeah. Not to purposely make a pun, but it is a game changer in every sense, because it's more than a ball field now. It's a major league facility in so many ways. So it needs to be protected. There's no doubt about it. And it's progress. And could you read some of the fees so that the public would know what we're talking about here?
So what we're now going to be offering for rentals is a base rental or an enhanced rental. Those include the opening of the facility, the PA system, the announcer, pre-programming, the scoreboard itself, along with the innings, the music, the line score, pitch count, everything on the digital board. They are also able to put that school's logo up, as opposed to when the Cutters play, they actually have their team, the team player that's up to bat, that person's picture would be there. This would entail them to have their school logo and the number, that person's jersey number up, so they can utilize and the audience can see who is actually up.
That's for
Could you give
the
some-
enhanced. That's $375 per game. A doubleheader would be $475.
Correct.
If you went with the base rental, it's just opening and closing of the facility. The announcer, the national anthem, introduction of batters, players, substitutions, so on and so forth. That would be a base rental of $225 per game and $325 for a doubleheader. Let's go into our fees for renting the field that we charge as far as the city goes. What went up is the rental fee for game, and number one game would be $500.
Correct.
The rental fee for additional games, a continuous doubleheader, will be $200 each. These are much lower than most ball fields throughout the state. I mean, Kayla has done research on this, and
Yes.
we are so much lower.
We're
But-
about other fields start at 1,200 per game. We are now starting at 500 for one game.
We're making it very affordable for
Correct.
our local teams to use the field. And seeing the field, it is maintained by an MLB groundsperson. And everybody should be thrilled to try and play on this field.
Absolutely.
But we're also, like I said, making this affordable. We did have to raise the prices.
Yes.
This is going to be for a year. We'll see how this plays out for next year and see where we stand. Joe, we were talking to you also about the cost of this. We need a breakdown of what are, because you had told us that we're losing money. We
Yes.
have to make sure where we are and what people are getting and what we are losing money on.
Correct.
Okay, I think we need to address that, okay?
Yes, I'm looking into it. From what I was told is every time an outside team besides the Cutters, i.e. the high school teams coming in and playing or Penn College coming and playing on that field, the city pays $1,000 per game. And we're only charging $500 per game. But just to be clear, that's a $500 that includes now the base rental and enhanced package. So everything entirely would come to the city. So previous years, the city has had to pay for the electrical, had to pay for the cleanup, had to pay for the scoreboard. This all is included. So the fee for the game isn't going up just 100, it's going up. That's that amount of 325 to another 475 on top of that 500 per game, depending on what the preference is of that organization using the facility at the time.
Exactly. So yes, Vince.
No, it's, go ahead and please
Oh,
finish
no,
your
no,
thought.
that's okay. I'm finished.
No, I was merely going to mention that I think we have a representative from the Crosscutters here in the audience. If he would like to come up and say a few words in regards to this, he's welcome to.
Who was our representative? Oh, there you are. Would you like to come up and say anything?
Do you have any questions for him? He said he only come up if you have questions. You guys have questions for him?
Well, I think we just want to say hello also. Okay.
Thank you. I would like to make sure that it is clarified, though, that the total cost, Councilman Allison asked, and what are the total costs here? And I think Kayla alluded to it, but maybe to make it clear, the cost for a game under this proposal, the minimum cost would be $725 for a game. So it would be between $725 and $875 for a game. And that includes all the things that are needed, without going into a 30-year history of what's happened out at the field as far as outside renters go. It hasn't been a great situation for the city or for the people renting the field. At one time, people had to pick up their own garbage, haul it away in their car when they rented the field. That actually was how it used to be. Now, the Crosscutters, being paid by the city, clean up the stadium. MLB puts the field back in playable condition. All of those things used to be on the backs of the renters, who never put the field back in playable condition, nor did they ever clean up the stadium to a standard that would be accepted. So, and the city, of course, doesn't have the manpower nor the dollars to devote to be able to do that. So it's kind of the chicken or the egg with the amount that the city charges to rent the field. There's never been enough money to pay people to take care of it properly. And it comes back to, because for a number of decades, the fees were never there to cover that. So renters got what they paid for, which was not much. At one time, you rented the field, literally, they flipped you a key and said, don't break anything. That's how it was. Now, with the multi-millions of dollars put in over the last 6 or 7 years and a new $700,000 video board, renters can't just come in and work that equipment. And certainly we have $100,000 investment in that equipment as well. So we are hoping to implement this fee that would eventually just, we would reconcile after the rental period each year and take that money off the Crosscutters base rent of what services we are providing, which is opening and closing the stadium, cleaning the stadium, paying for the trash removal and disposal, et cetera, and running now PA system, scoreboard. They used to have to provide their own public address announcer, et cetera. We're going to provide all that. And I think it's a much better situation for the city and for people who will rent the facility. And believe me, we're not going to be making money on this. We're really taking our employees away from what they would ordinarily be doing, which is doing work for the crosscutters, and making this just, better for everybody. And we're certainly very willing to do that. We've wanted to do it for almost 30 years. And finally, we're going to get that opportunity. So thank you in advance. And if there are any questions that I can answer, I'd be happy to do so.
Any question for anybody on council? Yes, John.
Hey Gabe, how are you? I was looking at this and my mind just went blank. This guidelines, the Bowman Field event guidelines. I'm assuming that these were all going to be in the contract that people are signing to use the field. And what kind of mechanisms do you all have in place to make sure that some of these rules are being followed? Because there's some pretty specific stuff in here.
Well, that would be under the city. I mean, we won't be having people sign agreements with us. It will be 100% with the city. So.
So there is a contract that they have to sign. So every organization that requests to use the field has to go through a contract. That contract states a security deposit. They have to choose a single game doubleheader and whichever additional rental package they would like, they sign for, and they sign the agreement that this is what they choose. This is what they have to pay, and that additional fees may occur if there was additional damage to anything on the field or anything of that nature.
It's always going through the rec commission. And then also.
Sure. Well, again, but so then the same question for you is what kind of mechanisms do we have in place to make sure that the teams that are actually playing these games are following these rules? And if they're not, what are we going to do about it?
I know Cam, the groundsman, is
Right.
present at every game.
Okay.
And MLB also, they set a lot of the
Right.
the framework as well. I don't know this year if they said yet, Gabe, how many games they're going to allow?
Yes.
They've said that already. Okay. And they give us a cutoff time as well. So MLB really has a lot of control over this mechanism. And Cam is the head groundskeeper from MLB, just to let everybody know who Cam is. And so he's there every day, basically. And so, yeah, so I mean, primarily the teams, are going to follow. If they don't, obviously security deposit and all that, and we'll check in with Cam and make sure everything is the way it should be.
Okay.
I don't think we've had any problems over the last couple of years at all.
No,
And the same teams are coming back,
correct.
and there has not been a problem. This year it's going to be more interesting with the new scoreboard and
Yes,
everything, to
absolutely.
see how that flies.
Absolutely.
And I think it's going to be exciting.
And the only slight change last year was with the cross cutter starting a little bit earlier. I think we
Yeah,
cut
their
it off a
season
little
was
sooner.
up a little-
Yeah,
a
so I think we
couple
cut the
weeks.
games off beginning of May, middle of May. So that was only really a slight change over the last few years, Councilwoman.
And do we have any dates set with an MLB game at all yet?
For the MLB game,
Mhm. I'm just throwing that at you.
from what I understand, it's Sunday, August 21st. I don't know who's playing though, so don't ask me.
Yeah, Red Sox and Orioles.
Any other questions from council? Yes.
I just
Yes.
thank you, Kayla. Thank you, Gabe. Appreciate it. And Gabe, you don't have to thank me. You're welcome for me dragging you up here. You're welcome.
Thanks for moving it up.
If there's no other questions, Mrs. Frank will take the vote.
You need a motion in a second.
Oh, we didn't do a motion. I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Now we'll take a vote.
Mr. Allison,
Yes.
Mr. Mackey,
Yes.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Bider, Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz.
Yes.
Mr. Yoder.
Abstain.
All right, I think we're good. Thank you, Mrs. Katz. Thank you, Kayla, and everybody else. Let's do, I mean, hey, we're bouncing around. Let's keep bouncing around a little bit. We'll do the certificates of appropriateness quick. There's a couple people out in the audience. I'm not sure if they're here for them or not, so we'll hit those. I think that's like the last thing that might have anybody from the public. So we'll do those first. We'll do item 26 first. Certificates of appropriateness, 11 West 4th Street, Heath Durwatcher, and I'm terrible with names, so if I butcher that, my apologies.
It's
Mr.
Walker.
There you go. Mr. Girardi, how's it going?
Good, President Yoder and members of council. What you have before you is a certificate of appropriateness request for the property at 11 West 4th Street. I have attached a picture of the signs. They're toasted, or toast is what the place is called. There's a sign above and there's two in the windows, and these are plastic laminated onto the window. No lighting. And if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer those. They do meet the zoning requirements for the city of Williamsport, downtown Williamsport.
Thank you, Mr. Girardi. Are there any comments or questions from members of council on this? Mrs. Katz?
Are they here?
I do not believe there's anybody here for this.
Okay. It's a great place.
I think it's going to work out well there, to be honest.
Yes. It's a good place for breakfast.
Okay. Hearing and seeing none, Mrs. Frank on the motion, please.
Did we get a motion on that?
Yeah, I
We
thought we
did.
did.
I don't think so.
No? Is there a motion in a second?
So moved.
Second.
On the motion, please. It's a humdinger night, let me tell you.
Mr. Allison,
Yes.
Mr. Mackey,
Yes.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Bider,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz.
Yes.
Mr. Yoder.
Yes, motion passes 7-0. Next one, number 27, certificates of appropriateness, 331 Elmira Street. Mr. Girardi.
Yes, again, this is a business identification sign. There is one there presently. They would like to remove it and place it with a new one. And we do have a representative here from the organization if you have any questions of him.
Are there any questions from members of council? Or are there any questions for the members from the organization that are here?
This is the area where it butts the historic district. It's that alley where
Mhm.
the city made that central business district. The alley separates it.
All right. Hearing and seeing none.
Motion.
I forgot it again, didn't I?
Motion.
Motion in a second. We'll get it right at some point.
So moved. Second.
Mrs. Frank on the motion, please.
Mr. Allison,
Yes.
Mr. Mackey,
Yes.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Bider,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz.
Yes.
Mr. Yoder.
Yes, motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Girardi, and thanks for the reminder, Mrs. Frank. You want to hit ARPA again? Get that out of the way and knock everything else out? All right. Is there a motion and a second to remove item 9 from the table?
So moved.
Second. Mrs. Frank on the motion, remove from the table.
Mr. Allison,
Yes.
Mr. Mackey,
Yes.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Bider,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz,
Yes.
Mr. Yoder.
Yes. All right, it's off the table. So we have some background on it. We've had some discussion with a couple of items. I'm sure there's probably a couple of changes to this we might want to make in first reading, given our discussion tonight, but I will open the floor to others for any further discussion or any changes that want to be made. Mr. Mackey.
I mean, I think it would be prudent to figure out the fire trucks first, and then we can
Okay.
move on to some other things. Again, as I mentioned earlier, we have about $900,000 in the COVID-related expenses line item. I don't think we need anywhere near that much money. We also have a little bit more than 2.4 million in future projects reserved. We only need 1.4 million if we're going to count the upfitting for the $86,000 pump. So, I mean, there's a lot of other places I feel like we have future projects reserved with a significant amount of money in there that, you know, I Public Works, future projects reserved, $730,000.
Yeah.
Graphius Run, I mean, our engineer's not here tonight. I mean, is $2.3 million, is that just a stab in the dark of what Graphius run is going to cost. I mean, 2 million. I mean, maybe we could get 300,000 from that.
Yeah, so with Graphius Run specifically, the city engineers told us 3 to 5 million.
Okay.
So in my mind, that's one area where we need to add more money, in my opinion. I think at a minimum to get to 3 million at the bottom of the range. I would throw out the idea of taking the future projects reserve money in public safety and putting that toward the fire apparatus. And then maybe we take the rest from COVID related expenses. Again, I personally would prefer to keep as much in fiscal relief as we can, just because it gets it unrestricted and we can do some damage in other areas that will, I think, help the root cause of why we can't afford things, but that's just my opinion.
Okay, but I mean, I would just point out that if we're going to do that, then I mean, and Chief Unks, you can speak to this, the PPE we need to get is not at 100,000, it's like 150, right? Police body cameras, I know we're still working on that, but that's more than 200,000. It's like gonna be close to 4. So if we're saying that body cameras and PPE are a good thing, which I think they are, then we also need to find somewhere to put more money into that line item, which could come out of future projects reserved is what I see those line items for. But, and again, without having a specific number of COVID related expenses, I think we can get the majority of this money from that line item. And then the rest from future projects reserved.
Just, are we looking for 1.2 is the number that we're looking for?
1.4.
1.4. That's correct. It's the
Ish.
86,000 of
Yeah.
the pump.
So,
Okay. I would like to suggest right up front, I mean, without having an exact number, that we just look at 600,000 from COVID relief right now. So then we have, if that's a good starting point for everyone, we can start to work our way back to the rest of that number.
Are you gonna put that in just for the fire, or are we doing that fire and police?
just for the trucks.
Just
right?
for the trucks.
Right.
Correct. Moving that to from COVID relief to the line item
Okay.
for the fire apparatus.
I was thinking 750, but I mean, and I
If
feel
we
like,
could get a more accurate number, we could obviously make a better determination of that.
right.
But I don't think we're gonna get it tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we able to amend that on second reading?
Yep. We can amend anything on second
So if-
reading as well. Yep.
If we settle in the middle at around 700, then get us halfway there
Yeah.
with COVID relief. And if
Yep.
we need to lower that, we have the option to do so. But then we're back in the same position where we have to take money from another line. So 700,000 from COVID relief to start.
And that leaves us, if we take 700,000 from future projects reserved in public safety, that leaves 400 in there to potentially add to body cams or.
Yep.
PP.
So I think that's probably the best way to do it.
Okay.
And Chief, you're saying that body cams would run close to 400. That would cover, is that the high end or low end?
If I may jump in here real quick, I just, I was looking at where our expenditures are allocated and just jumping through real quick, my mind at least identified was if we pulled $500,000 from COVID related expenses out of 1.4, that leaves us with a balance of $900,000 to find funding. If we jump down to economic development and pull 300,000 from future projects reserved, jump to recreation, pull 300,000 from future projects and reserved, and public safety, future projects and reserved, and pull 300,000 from each of those, that there's the remaining $900,000 that we would need to come up with the 1.4.
But if you take them from the areas that you're saying, we won't have a lot of accountability in these areas
Well,
also.
so if my notes are right, we talked about 700K from COVID related expenses for the fire apparatus, and then 700K from the public safety future projects reserved to that to cover the 1.4. So Mr. Pelisi, I think you're referencing maybe some additional stuff for body cams and some of the other things that we've discussed.
So I was just merely providing an alternative
Okay,
option in case
gotcha.
we were looking for a different kind of pulling funds
Gotcha.
elsewhere.
Gotcha. I appreciate that. I mean, I'm okay with the two that I referenced. I would urge us and to highly consider not dipping into those two categories specifically though, beyond that, just because, I mean, we have a lot of needs. There's a lot of great projects that we've discussed that are in here, but the more money we put into expenditures down the line, the more that the fiscal issue that we have is just going to get exacerbated. It just makes me a little nervous. So I just want to throw that out there to everybody. I get it. And, there's a lot of things that we can do with this, but let's remember that, because if we're not careful, it'll only get worse. So. Ms. Mealy?
Yeah, I think the fear that I keep discussing is that the more of this funding that we put into infrastructure in the city without a plan for how to pay to maintain that infrastructure down the road, it simply costs us money over the long haul. And becomes a budgetary issue, and then
Yep.
we've got a splash park or something or another that we can't afford to take care of and that we're decommissioning in 10 years anyway, So it simply doesn't, especially when we already have so much infrastructure that we have not been maintaining. Not to say that we haven't been maintaining it at all, but that we haven't been maintaining as much as we should. Putting money into new infrastructure seems unwise sometimes. But I don't think that really applies to fire trucks, which we already have and which we need to replace. It somewhat applies to body cameras. That is a whole discussion, but I think perhaps there are a number of issues there that are kind of intertwined, and that'll be right.
Yeah. So we're talking about the fire trucks. I'll throw this out there. I'll make a motion to amend, just to take care of at least one item that we know we want to do. I'll make a motion to amend to take 700,000 from fiscal relief, COVID related expenses and move it to public safety fire apparatus.
I'll second that.
Any discussion on the motion? Mrs. Frank on the motion to amend?
Mr. Allison.
Yes.
Mr. Mackey.
Yes.
Mr. Pelisi.
Yes.
Mr. Bider.
Yes.
Ms. Mealy.
Yes.
Mrs. Katz.
Yes.
Mr. Yoder.
Yes. All right, motion passes 7-0. And then I'll make a second motion to amend, motion to amend the public safety budget to move $700,000 from future projects reserved to the fire apparatus line item.
Second.
Any discussion? Mrs. Frank, on the motion to amend?
Mr. Allison.
Yes.
Mr. Mackey.
Yes.
Mr. Pelisi.
Yes.
Mr. Bider.
Yes.
Ms. Mealy.
Yes.
Mrs. Katz.
Yes.
Mr. Yoder.
Yes, motion passes 7-0. While we're doing this, I'm going to go up to recreation. So we also talked about the pool tonight. We had some discussion about some ways that we could fund, I think, at least the pool liner, but also the electrical equipment as well. I think we might have talked about the electrical equipment coming out of the
Memorial Park Fund.
pool fund, which goes against what we passed, but nonetheless, it's an option.
Right.
And then taking money from recreation, future projects reserved into a new category for memorial pool.
Mhm.
So that was a summation of what we discussed earlier. Is there any additional discussion on that thought or process? John, you were pondering.
Well, again, this is what future projects reserved is for. Is it necessary to make a completely separate line item just for the pool liner? We just say we're taking it out of future projects reserved. It doesn't seem like it's necessary. I mean, that's what future projects reserved is in my mind.
Yeah, correct. I would say we would want to. I think just for tracking purposes and, for oversight purposes as well. Let's say something happens where it's not all that money. We have a tracking of how much is left. And then conversely, if it runs over for some reason, we have a chance to figure out why, what happened, and what have you. I think from an oversight perspective, that's as cumbersome as it is, I think that's the appropriate way to go. That's just my opinion, though. It's a safeguard, yeah. Ms. Mealy.
It would be my suggestion that we move it into a line just labeled memorial pool. without perhaps getting quite so specific as pool liner, especially pending what we discover about compliance, et cetera.
Yep.
You know, I say, right. So if we put it in memorial pool, at least that clarifies what our intended set aside is and then, right. And I would suggest that set aside maybe be 110 with the remainder coming from the memorial pool budget in the general fund, but I'm open to.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. You're thinking, John.
And the doing it now prevents us from having to do
Yep.
2 readings in the future related exclusively to funding the
Understood.
pool liner.
Sure.
Understood. Was that a motion?
Yes, I would move that we create a line within the recreation portion of the ARPA funding budget entitled Memorial Pool and move $110,000 into that line from future projects reserved, which would leave us with $1,290,000 in future projects reserved and $110,000 in Memorial Pool line.
I'll second that. Any further discussion on that? Hearing and seeing none, Mrs. Franklin, the motion to amend?
Mr. Allison,
Yes.
Mr. Mackey,
Yes.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Bider,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz,
Yes.
Mr. Yoder.
Yes, motion passes to amend passes 7-0. All right, so we took care of the items we talked about and voted on tonight. Is there any additional discussion on any other specific projects or anything else? John? Take the floor, sir.
While we're in the recreation department, we
Sure.
can stay there for a little bit longer. I personally don't feel like $2.9 million total allocation to recreation reflects what the public has told us they want out of this money. We did do a survey. I mean, initially when we got this money, and I feel like a majority of the people in that survey said recreation was important to them. My personal spreadsheet had $4 million going to recreation. And before anybody's heads explode, I don't think that I'm going to get 4 million. I personally would like to see recreation at the bare minimum be 3.5, not 2.9. So where we get that money, again, I'm looking at things like we're giving the redevelopment authority 2.7 million, land bank 2.3. That's $5 million for economic development. And I see future projects reserved sitting at 750. Could we get $200,000 from that? Probably. Future projects reserved, public works, 730,000. Could we get 200,000 from that? I know you said Graphius Run is going to be quite an expense. So, you know, there's money I think that we can move around, and like I said, I don't think 2.9 million for recreation reflects what the citizens of Williamsport want us to spend this money on. So I personally like to see it, but 4, I'm not sure I have enough support to get it to 4, but I'm hoping that we can compromise and get it to at least 3.5.
The thing that I would say, John, I personally don't know how I feel about that. And that's not any negative reflection that I have on recreation or what have you. It's just, you know, in my mind, recreation certainly supports economic development, but I think that there are a number of more pressing things that will equally or more make our communities better through blighted properties, tackling redevelopment and that kind of thing in conjunction with recreation. I mean, I don't know what other members of council think about the recreation component tonight. I would say, John, if you feel that way, in second reading, you know, come with some ideas of where to take that money.
I can give you some right now if you want.
Sure, if we want to do that, absolutely.
I mean, unless,
The floor is yours.
Again, I would like to hear, I mean, I've heard your opinion. I would like to hear some other people's opinions. I mean, if I need to take 2 weeks and start making some phone calls, I can do that as well. But, you know, again, I don't think 2.9 is enough. I personally would like to see it at 4. I don't think we can get there. Can we get to 3.5? I think that's more of a doable number.
Mr. Allison.
I agree. But I think that's a good compromise. 2.5. I think it's part of our infrastructure. You can look at it as a park, but I think it's part of our infrastructure. It's our recreation infrastructure. And we bemoan all the time that we're not taking care of our infrastructure and we're not taking care of our parks. And I think we need to put more attention into them if we want the citizens to use them and make them of value. Shaw Place is in dire need, and that's a diamond in the rough, I believe. There's so much land there and that we can adapt for the kinds of things that people want to do today. We need to do some research into that. And there's some plans already in place for a bike park kind of run. But if you want to use the tennis court there or the basketball court, good luck. I mean, and then we have a big cat litter, sand area. Yeah, yes, right. Formerly known as the volleyball court. In any case, we took the pool away, but I think there's things we need to do there. Young's Woods, Newberry Park. So I agree with John. I think there's a lot of valuable things we can do. And if we don't do them now, I fear they won't be done.
Mrs. Katz, and
Skip,
then Mrs. Mealy.
the grant came through, you're going to start work on Lowe's Park, right?
Yes.
You're-
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're starting on that. Did you put any fund, from what I understand, you also said you're putting in funding for Newberry Park also.
Yes, we're looking at COVID funding to do a project, a recreational project within the Newberry Park area.
So those are two of the parks that we are addressing already with funding that's not being taken out of ARPA.
Correct.
Okay, and because of where it comes from, it's because of the income level in those areas, right?
Most park is because of where they're located, there's a combination of DCNR money and also CDBG funds. And the Newberry Park would be COVID-19 money. So because again, it's in the low Lohner neighborhood, we can use those funds appropriately within those areas of the city.
Okay, now, there's nothing that can be, is there any funding going, are you going after any funding for Shaw Park at all? And I'm addressing this with Kayla also. Do you know, is anybody?
Multiple times and after funding for Shaw, but because of Hurricane being there, it's a different financial. So we tried to bring, I think we went to one about a year ago, not two, and we did not receive that. So I would say I can send you over to Mary to do some more details on that area.
Yeah, so we can't use CDBG at Shaw, obviously, because it's
Then I
not
know.
loaded mod.
Right.
But we are going after a comprehensive planning grant, which I think I've talked about before here with DCNR. We're actually going through that process right now, and that will update all of our open space recreational comp plan. That has been updated since I think 05 or 06. So that's a planning grant we're going after right now. We update that plan with DCNR. We just met with them about a week, or was that last week? I think it was. So we met with DCNR last week. That's moving forward. And then the goal would be, once we have the comp plan updated, then we can go up, which would also include green infrastructure projects. And so that opens up additional money when you include the green infrastructure projects on top of the regular comp plan or within the comp plan. And then we can apply back to DCNR for actual grants for implementation. And so to answer your question, sort of a long way around to answer your question. Yes, we continue to go after grants, but as far as CDBG specifically for Shaw, we can't do that because they don't meet the criteria to load a mod. But we are exploring other avenues with DCNR. We're also exploring a DCED grant for local government services, which we're looking to apply for that right now. And then, as was mentioned, just to get it on the microphone so that the public can hear it, Newberry, we're exploring recreational opportunity there related to COVID-19 funds through community development, and that meets Lotomod, as well as the CDBG for, what was the other one we just talked about? I'm sorry. Los, yeah, sorry, DCNR combinates for CDBG. Youngs too, yeah, Youngs would be part of the comp plan too, yeah. And so we're looking at some projects for Youngs now. So I think it goes back to what we spoke about during ARPA meetings, though. We can allocate funds, and then if we get grants, then obviously that would offset it, so.
I keep on reiterating this only
right.
from the standpoint of
Right.
not taking ARPA funds if we're
Right.
going to be able to get.
Yeah, so,
funding for our
you know,
green space.
hopefully we do get some of the grants. You know, we were fortunate with Lowe's to get DCNR, combination DCNR CDBG, which that's out right now, and that'll start work this year. But yeah, next, you know, over the next, you know, 6 to 8 months, if we're able to, you know, get some of these grants, then obviously we'll be able to.
What kind of money are we talking about?
So for the one we're going after with the DCED, that's up to $1 million that we
Okay.
could get from
That's
that grant. The planning grant that we're going after, I don't remember off the top of my head what that is, through DCNR to update the comp plan. And then the implementation grants, they're a decent chunk of money too. And again, I don't have those numbers right now off the top of my head, but I can get those to you, you know, tomorrow, first thing or whenever.
Okay.
The one that's not touched then with any funding right now that we would have to use ARPA really is Shaw Park.
Correct, yeah. Shaw does not,
That's-
well, if you're talking about the community development, yeah, because that doesn't meet the Lotomod criteria. Right, right,
But the issue is the
Match. Right, yeah,
right,
exactly.
right. And the nice thing about the DCED grant, if we're able to get that one, there's no match to that. So, yeah, but the DCNR would be, of course.
This is why I'm trying to address this, John, to see where funding can come from other areas instead of touching ARPA to make sure our parks are started to bring up to where they should be. I'm looking at figures here. We need at least $700,000 for Brandon Park for the ballparks. Is that, am I correct with those numbers?
You're in the right ballpark.
I
Yeah.
mean, okay, good go. And then $700,000 for the splash pad at Shaw, only because, John, I asked for what the plumbing and electricity would also be with that, and that is gonna be close to 50 grand, I think he said. You know, he gave me low end and high end, okay?
Yep.
So I'm thinking about $700,000 for that. So,
And that's the DCD grant we're chasing right now.
Okay.
It's for Shaw. So
okay,
if we get that, that'll offset that.
that'll offset that.
I was of the impression that it was 500K all in for the splash park with Shaw, even after that, asking for that confirmation. I thought he said that via email.
550, and then he sent down last week the plumbing and electric.
So here would be my ask, okay? I mean, John, if you want to try to go after some more money to put in recreation category in general to get it closer to where you want, I would suggest let's go through that process and put more in future projects. And then my ask would be from the administration, come prepared in second reading with the projects you want to put some of that money towards and final numbers. Because I mean, in my mind, we have the splash park fully funded, right?
Right.
But according to Ms. Katz, we don't. And I think we need that to take care of all of that. That would be my ask. And I don't know what other members of council feel, but I think 2 weeks should be a decent amount of time to go through that. Ms. Mealy had her hand up, and then I'll go to Mr. Pelisi. Your mic.
Oh, sorry, because I was sidebarring with Bonnie. I was like, heck, turned that thing off. Oh, that was me. Anyway. John, I would agree with you that I think we do need to put more money into recreation. I do believe it should be spent on rehabbing our existing assets. And I do believe, as we've discussed, that nowhere near as much of it should be spent on those ball fields as what we've currently got allocated. If we could reduce the amount that we were putting toward the ball fields, I would be okay with shifting other money into the recreation line to try and fund other projects for recreation.
But you understand that there's a minimum number that we need to get those fields playable. So if you throw $300,000 at them, it's not going to do anything. I just want to make that clear, right?
John, if I remember, the minimum number was about what's in there, 800,000.
No, I think it was closer to the 650, 700.
So we might have a
range.
little bit of leeway to get them still
Sure,
playable.
sure. But I mean, we also have $200,000 in contingency. So, I mean, that's what contingency is for, right? If we go over, right?
Yeah, well, per our discussions of the other day, John, I had the impression you were thinking about putting more money into them in the future. And as we discussed, I'm not sure that I'm okay with spending the initial amount of money on a project like that, but I certainly would not be okay with the idea of getting the fields playable and then returning to plow another $200,000 into them for amenities like concession stands and stuff like that seem to me to be a little bit beyond.
I think
we really need
we've
there.
always talked that the goal has been to get them playable, right? So.
Biggest problem is the water problem.
Right. Well, my concern is just that we get the fields playable and then we hear that they won't be usable until they have other facilities that we didn't foresee the expenditure of, and then we wind up putting more money into them. And I am not particularly comfortable with putting any money in, but I'm really not comfortable with the idea of putting in enough money to get them playable and then discovering that we need to put another $150,000 into structures to make them usable somehow there. As I said, I'm really conflicted about the whole thing because I'm not certain that that's the best location at this point for ball fields, and also not certain that that's the best way to expend that large a chunk of funds. But if that is something we're contemplating, I think we need to contemplate spending exactly what it takes to get them playable and no more. For me.
Mr. Pelisi.
So I don't mean to throw another ball into this juggling act, but I'm going to. I'm just gonna ask, where are we at with funding for the band shell?
So
Can anyone
the-
speak? Mayor,
yeah,
can you
the
speak?
band shell's under design right now. So that was do you remember Councilwoman Mealy? I don't remember that off the top of my head.
I think the total amount we had to spend was under 200. Because
Yeah.
I remember cautioning Mr. Sander multiple times that Reynolds needed to be aware that
Right.
we were spending X on design. but they
Yeah,
only
so
had
that's,
Y
yeah,
to
that's in
spend on
design right now. I can
implementation.
get you that. Yeah, I can get that number to you, Councilman. Pelisi.
No, I appreciate that, Mayor. I just wanted to bring that up. So I'm assuming here that is money that we probably have in the back of our mind that would be coming out of future projects.
No, I don't
No,
think so.
we
have
have
that
that
funded?
money.
Yeah,
that
that
money.
money we already have for the
Okay.
band shell.
We have
Yeah.
the money that we have a certain amount of funding, and it
I'm
needs to
really
be
glad to
enough.
hear
It's- That to me is part of the issue, is that we keep taking on these projects and then deciding partway through that, oh, wait, never mind, we can't actually do it for that much money. And at some point, we need to figure out a way to do it for that much money. But
Get it back to you. Vince.
No, I'm gonna take that ball back out of the juggling act.
So, John, I guess my question to you would be, I mean, are there amendments you want to make to put money into future projects reserve for recreation?
Again, I would like to see recreation get to $3.5 million. If there's enough support for that here tonight, then let's figure out where that money is going to come from and move it into future projects reserved. Yes.
If I may make a suggestion, as I look at that budget and just doing some very quick research as we sit here, one of the biggest things that starts to stand out to me that I would urge you to do some research on to see if I'm correct is the overlap of uses of a redevelopment authority and a land bank authority. They do have some common functions where we might be able to get some of that money from one of those two places. But I also do not want to see them underfunded as we go forward, because we do have some very viable economic development projects that, as we've stressed prior to this conversation, economic development is going to be the driver for all of our future financial problems. So if we can see where we might have some overlap there, I think that would be a great place to start.
I totally agree with that. And I don't want to see the redevelopment authority or the land bank authority underfunded any than that. I mean, I'm happy with where it is right now, but I do see $750,000 sitting there in future projects reserved. And if somebody can tell me or give me even a one idea of what that's going to go for, maybe it's going to go for an economic development study, right? But that's not going to be $750,000.
No.
And again, that's just me looking at it now. So again, I want to see rec at $3.5 million. That's my personal opinion. I think Councilman Allison is there with me as well. So if we want to wait 2 weeks and try and get it there in 2 weeks, that's fine with me. I would just, Liz, I can understand your concern maybe, but and there's nobody here from Wall tonight, but I can tell you that if Wall could safely play on those fields as they sit now, they would play on them, but they can't, right? So the idea that we would spend all of this money and Wall would still say we can't play on these fields, I don't think is fair. I really don't. Not after hearing Mr. Fox and Mr. Deemer speak a few weeks ago. They are committed to Little League baseball here in the city of Williamsport. Wall's not going anywhere, right? Little League baseball is not going anywhere. And if we make these fields playable, whether it's 650,000 or 800,000 and whatever that may be, if they're playable, we're going to have baseball in Brandon Park, and we're going to have baseball in Brandon Park for a very long time. And that's where it should be. So, and just to go a little bit farther, we keep talking about not being able to pay for stuff 10 years down the road. Well, that's what economic development's for. We're taking this huge gamble on economic development. And it is a gamble, right? We don't have there's no guarantee that this money is going to come back tenfold, but we're hoping that it will. And that's where the redevelopment authority comes in and having the right people there to make those decisions. But the idea is in 10 years, we're going to be able to maintain, hopefully in 5 years, we're going to be able to maintain, but so when I hear you say that kind of stuff, it makes what I'm hearing is that you have no faith in the economic development aspect of this budget. I mean, because you're saying that we're going to build all this stuff and we're not going to be able to pay for it 10 years from now. Well, when you say that, you say that the economic development has not worked.
I'm saying a good economic development plan is going to take 20 years to come to fruition, and that we're currently running a $1.2 million deficit budget, $2 million deficit budget every year. So even if economic development pays off for us in 10 years, which I'm not certain it will, the first job that it will have to accomplish is to fill the hole in our operating expenses before we can begin to look at funding infrastructure, that we've put in place, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just saying that the economic picture, while not exactly grim, is not exactly rosy enough to allow me to say that putting $5 million into economic development in 10 years is going to result in an additional, $5 million in the city budget on an annual basis in such a way that we can afford to increase our public safety complement and, maintain our parks equipment on exactly the timeline that we're supposed to, and all of those things that we'd like to do. And every year we cut funding for, because we simply don't know where it's coming from. What I'm hoping is not to have the conversation every year about whether we can afford 47 or 48 police officers when we fund economic development and we see some returns from that. But I'm not looking in the next 10 years, when I'm not likely to be here anyway, but not looking toward an economic future where we are deciding whether we're going to put in 2 $700,000 splash parks or 3 because we've got an extra slush fund. You know what I mean? It's never going to look like that. That's not what third-class cities in the state of Pennsylvania are doing, even the ones that are economically successful in a way that we're not currently. So this is not me saying that the economic development gamble will fail. This is me saying that it takes a long time to bear fruit, and that when it bears fruit, what it will do is make us economically sustainable, not economically wealthy, I guess, for lack of a better term. So, but
my hope is economically sustainable with some really great parks to boot.
Well, we need to have really great parks to incentivize people to move and live here. But I guess what I'm trying to figure out is how we can spend money on recreation in such a way as to provide the maximum recreational capabilities for the maximum number of Williamsport citizens. And that's where I'm not certain about the ballparks. Having the cost benefit analysis of other improvements to our parks.
All right. And I mean, again, remember, we have another reading to hash out a lot of this stuff. And again, we can go back and change this after the fact as well.
Sure.
Like this is not final by any means. so.
Oh, I get that.
Yeah.
I just know that it's going to be a lot easier to get to 3.5 million in
Now
the
than
next
later.
couple of weeks
Yeah,
than
I
a
understand.
year down the line.
I understand.
So,
I understand.
so yeah. So
understand.
I won't make any motions tonight. I will wait
Okay.
2 weeks and we'll see what we can get there. So.
I look forward to it. The one before, if we want to wrap up this discussion tonight, the one thing that I would say, and Councilman Allison, I think you brought up this point specifically about Graffius Run. That to me, excuse me, that's one project specifically that to me is definitely underfunded based on the feedback we've gotten from John. I mean, we can look to, I would like to get it to 3 million. I think getting it to 3 million gets us at the low end of the range that we've been told. I think challenging the administration to, if we need more money, to try to find it through external sources to try to maximize that is a good idea. And we can certainly go back and offset that down the road if we need to. I think we probably all generally agree based on the spreadsheets and everything that is included in this. I don't know if that's something we want to address tonight or in 2 weeks as well, but I did want to throw that out there. So.
I mean, I think having some time to
Yep.
to look over the numbers. I think
That's
getting our ideas out
Okay.
tonight and then maybe making the changes in 2 weeks. And Mayor, can you, what are we all looking at?
The TV was jumping. Yeah, sorry.
If
And there were no drinks.
I feel like Keller, Tom Keller said there might not, there's probably not a lot of money out there for something like Graffius Run. Is that correct?
Yeah.
If my memory serves. me
Right, yeah,
correct.
there's not a ton, there's some, but yeah, it's not,
Right.
From my understanding, what's out there is extremely competitive, but I can follow up with him and get
Yeah.
a more definitive answer.
I mean, again, we talk about Graffius Run and this has been, I mean, this is like a legend now, right? I've lived here for, 17 years and, it's one of the first things I heard about when I moved here was Graffius Run, right? So we have this opportunity now to do something about it. So I think that it is important, Councilman Yoder, right?
That we're looking to take on.
So I did meet with commissioners and they
Determination yet as to amount they're looking to give to the city, but we can follow up with them. So, but I did meet with them. And Graffius clearly was one of the projects that we spoke about, hopefully getting some funding from them. So.
I think if we had that information in front of us as far as a commitment or whatever it may be, as far as what the county was looking to add to our projects here, that would certainly help provide a little bit more clarity on if we did want to move some funding around and where we might be able to take it from, knowing that we have the county's support on some of these projects.
I know the commissioners were in favor of supporting, obviously, something for the city. Clearly, they got to break it out over the county, but they did want to give the city some allocation.
Mayor, do you know when we might hear back from the county as far as getting any kind of?
I can reach out to them in the morning and see what they're thinking. I don't know where they stand with their ARPA allocation. But I can reach out to them in the morning and say, we had this discussion tonight, and if they have any thoughts on what they might be considering specifically for Graffius, if that's the route we want to go.
I would personally, I would definitely appreciate that. I think that would help all of us moving forward to have a better idea of where we should be putting our money. Thank you very much.
Mr. Allison, you had your hand up earlier.
Yeah, I think 3 million is really the bottom line.
Yep.
For Graffius, because you're talking holding pond. I mean, it's not a pond, it's a big area. And just to revisit, I know I've mentioned it before, but the new floodplain map, once it's certified, takes the downtown on that floodplain map is affected by Graffius Run. That's how they're designing it, and they've already warned us ahead of time. So it might sound like we're talking about one section of town that we're focusing on that doesn't affect a whole lot of people, but actually it affects the whole city, the downtown as well. So that's why it's risen in importance and the need to fully fund it so that we don't find ourselves scrambling again like we are with the levy.
Absolutely.
Agreed.
Agreed. Are there any other, so we've thrown a lot out there, we're going to have, I'm sure, some very spirited and vigorous discussion in 2 weeks on second reading to finalize this first round here. I guess before we close up the conversation, are there any changes at this point that anybody wants to make before we, I guess, close out first reading? Go ahead.
Where are we putting that one? I don't remember.
What's that? It's under Public Works.
Water Authority. Mayor, you have talked with the Water Authority? I'm sorry, we keep on getting you to jump up and down. You're getting your steps in tonight.
Yeah, I did talk with Mike Miller from the authority. They have a very aggressive plan for their projects, and he just frankly said any support from the city is appreciated, but he understands we have a lot of, various projects that we're looking at. But, again, my humble opinion, obviously water and sewer infrastructure is, critical, and it does offset some of the potential rate increases that the authorities might be looking at. So, again, he's grateful. He literally said he's grateful for any, any allocation that council may consider, but they're moving along pretty aggressively. So,
Because I think all of us, when we got the email, was like, oh.
yeah, no, he's not. I was just, so to be clear, he wasn't saying he wanted $5 million.
Okay.
He was just giving us a
Thank you.
list of, yeah, right.
Thank you.
He was just giving us a list of projects that sort of, that's in their docket.
Okay.
And so he said, any amount of money, even if it's whatever, 500,000 or whatever the case might be, they're appreciative, and that will definitely then offset, all the rates that we pay if they need to increase. So, but it is, again, infrastructure. I know we've been discussing infrastructure, and water infrastructure is important. And as we saw in Campbell there a few years ago when when they had that major sinkhole and that cost, in the neighborhood of $1 million. So this would be proactive and allow them to fix some of the water lines moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments or changes or what have you before we, I guess, wrap up the conversation for tonight? Okay. Hearing and seeing none, Mrs. Frank on the initial motion for first reading.
Mr. Allison,
Yes.
Mr. Mackey,
Yes.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Viter,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz,
Yes,
Mr. Yoder.
Yes. Passes 7-0 on first reading. Thank you all. And again, look forward to a good vigorous discussion in 2 weeks. And hopefully the administration doesn't have nearly as much, I guess, on the agenda. We'll see, right? We'll see. Yeah, it's all good. Mrs. Katz, you requested, you want to move what up?
professional architecture engineering services for 2022 City Hall building evaluation to EADS.
What item number?
I don't have thank you. I don't have the updated list here.
All right. We'll move to item 15. Mrs. Frank on item 15, or the in short form, please.
Resolution awarding professional architectural engineering services for a 2022 City Hall building evaluation to EADS Architects.
Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
All right. Mr. Sanders isn't
I think
here.
Mr. Sanders.
Mr. Sanders on the horn here. I can hear you.
Sure would be great to see you.
Yep. I had 2 kids to watch tonight and the wife was away, so.
Gotcha. Floor is yours, sir.
All righty, so
what you have before you is a city hall building evaluation to go to Eads Architects for a lump sum fee of $9,980. This would include evaluation of the existing conditions of City Hall, a narrative report summarizing, and a detailed cost estimate. It is my understanding that some council folks wanted to see this done. This was discussed in Public Works on Tuesday and with no recommendation.
Mrs. Katz.
Mayor,
This was discussed- Yep, this was
Yes.
discussed in Public Works.
It was discussed in Public Works and it was passed on with no recommendation. We also had some discussion with Mr. Girardi. Mr. Girardi, can I have you up here to ask some questions? Number one, we looked at what this architectural firm was offering and I think the consensus was that $10,000, we're really getting nothing for our money because we've had all these studies before. Mr. Girardi, you are the building man.
That's
And you know the building, you've been in and out of it. We've had numerous studies throughout, and I know John keeps on referencing the last inspection was 2017. But we're looking at what kind of repairs and things that can be done in the city. My discussions with you have been with, we never really get an actual figure of what it would be if we did move back into City Hall. We go anywhere from 6 to 20 million, okay? And I would like to ask you, looking at some of the infrastructure that's in that building, a lot of the things that even Mr. Sanders said was that, it's gonna cost a lot of money because of load-bearing walls that would have to be dealt with. And you claim the load-bearing walls in the bathrooms, there really aren't any. Is that correct?
What I'm saying is that we had this discussion on the phone a couple different times, and what I'm saying is the space that you have presently right now in the restrooms are adequate size-wise
Mhm.
for handicap, okay, without moving any walls in those particular areas. Basically, without the police department, the city has probably 22 employees. And then you figure you have about 22 occupants if they come in to see people. So you got 44 people in the building. On each floor, you only need one toilet, that's what they're called, one toilet and one sink, okay? And those would be ADA. If you notice in the building we have now, we have 2 toilets, 2 urinals, 2 sinks, okay? It's really not necessary to have all that in there for those particular things. Now, on the second floor, you have an assembly space. You may have to provide some additional restrooms or so forth. I know John's talked to the architect and they were saying by the information they're being given that it's a total gut job. I'm going to disagree with the architect. I don't believe it's a total gut job. What you need to do is you need to gut the areas that have been damaged by the moisture. You don't need to gut areas that weren't damaged, such as city council chambers. It wasn't damaged. We don't have to go in there and take those walls out. Secular room, yes, it was damaged. Those areas that were damaged would be, okay? So a total gut job and moving bearing walls, I don't believe are necessary in this particular case. We don't have an exact number. I know John has some numbers that he came up with those and the ADA numbers. I was hoping that we can get a little closer range instead of 6 to 20. That's a pretty wide range. I think it can be narrowed down with the studies we've already done. My own opinion, and I'm not disagreeing with the mayor, I'm not disagreeing with the administration. I think it could be done at the lower end of that number, not the higher end. And I also believe the police don't belong there. I don't think they fit in that building. I think they need to go somewhere, I don't mind being with you guys, but their own building. And then I think the building could function as an administration for, say, the first floor. You would have space left over to rent if you wished and so forth, because doing some scribbling here and there, we could actually fit the administration on one floor, maybe part of the second floor. So I just think that instead of using that 10,000, we could actually hopefully get the numbers together ourselves and bring a number to this committee or to council and let them determine what they would like to do or not. I know that the ad hoc committee said that we needed to stay in this facility. That's what I'm saying. My job as a code administrator is to inspect buildings. That's what I've done for 34 years. I inspect residential, I inspect commercial. This building that we're in right now, if you want to know, technically it's a 4B construction, heavy timber. You can go 3 stories without a sprinkler system. The sprinkler system was put in this building because of insurance reasons, not because it's required by the code. Once the sprinkler system in, the fire department's the only people that can remove it. They're not going to remove it, but as far as expanding it, you may not have to do that because it's not required for that facility. There is bearing columns. There's 4 sets of main columns that run that building. The joist system run north and south. Anything that's east and west can be taken out, okay, without having a load-bearing wall knocked out, okay? I think it could be done without moving load-bearing walls. If you want my professional opinion, and that's what I'm here to tell you, what my professional opinion is.
Well, I felt very uncomfortable with this resolution, with this company making broad statements and they haven't even been in the building. That made me feel very uncomfortable. I will
say though, in John's defense, it was requested by a council member at one of the meetings that they said maybe we should. Yeah, I think it was Ms. Mealy that we should possibly do another study on it. So
I think my suggestion was that we spent a lot of time evaluating these structures for occupancy, but we hadn't evaluated well, actually, part of my concern was our ability to utilize these structures moving forward, pending all the ins and outs of the transit authority and ownership and leasing and how we were going to work that out. But then also the structure itself, we need some kind of an evaluation, I feel, in part, if we are looking at marketing the parcel as well. I think part of that process is also knowing what you have in hand and what the damage to the property is. So I'm not, whether we can do that in-house or not, I just felt as though we'd heard so many different things in-house over the last 10 years that perhaps it was wisest to have somebody who wasn't tied to the issue at all evaluate it. But that, if you feel as though that's not going to provide us with an accurate opinion either, then.
Well, when you look at what they're offering, what their scope of work is, I think that you question what they're going to give us. I think that was, and I think the mayor, you discussed that also. But you didn't think it was.
Right, I mean, we were just trying, as was mentioned, it was requested to do some sort of job like this, but yeah, we have plenty. But
they would also, what it would be, the evaluation would be for all basically building construction. It would not address any of the ADA issues, with John has those numbers too. So it would be a combination of doing that plus adding the ADA numbers in for a total cost of renovations for the building.
I think I want to address what Liz said. Yes, this has been thrown at us for so many years. And because we've never gotten accurate figures all these years, it's always been pushed on the back burner. And that has always been all of our statements all the time. We never get numbers. And you cannot vote on anything when you're given something. And John, you can attest. Where are you, John? Oh,
He's remote.
I'm virtual.
Oh, okay. I know you're virtual, but your name was up on the screen before. When you're giving numbers from 6 to 20 million, I mean, you cannot, how can you make decisions on that? You really can't. And that's where our discrepancies of everything has come in the past. It's not that we've avoided it. We just, how can you make that decision on when you don't have all the facts?
Can I chime in here?
Sure.
So regarding this specifically, John, from what I read here, this is a architectural, mechanical, plumbing, and electrical scope, correct?
That is correct. Architectural, mechanical, engineer, plumbing, and correct. That is correct. That's
Okay.
correct.
We have all of that already. I mean, we went through that in the ad hoc process. I mean, and some of the studies are maybe 5-6 years old, but
Yeah.
I mean, we validated that they were accurate through that process. I mean, John, you validated that as a certified engineer. I mean, to me, this seems like we're repeating numbers that we already have. That's my concern. I mean, it'd be different if this was looking at water damage or what have you, which it's surprising that we don't have that yet. I mean, it's been about a year. We should at this point, but
It is good. It is going to include the water damage. It is going to include a current condition for a low.
it doesn't say that. And that actually says that does not include environmental investigations, asbestos, lead, lead, mold, air quality, I mean, I would think water damage would be included in that. So I don't think it's not clear, so I'm gonna lean to say that it's actually not included in that. It should be clarified, in my opinion, from a scope perspective. With this in particular, it seems redundant. I don't think that we need it, because I think we have all of that information already. I think what we're missing is, one, specific water damage, but two, part of the recommendation from the ad hoc was, I mean, if we're staying there, we need to go through and determine, like, even just, walls and what have you. I mean, this does not do that, number one. And number two, I mean, I don't think we need an engineer to do a study for that. I mean, I think we can easily put together an RFP and get actual firm numbers and a plan to do it, to make an informed decision from that scope perspective. And that was outlined in that recommendation. So just some items of clarity. Liz had her hand up, and then Mr. Allison.
Yeah, I think my actual request when we were discussing this was less another evaluation of City Hall as a synthesis of the options that we had in front of us. That is to say, which I thought should involve an independent contractor, only because there were a lot of assertions going around in a lot of different directions, and it was very hard for me to tell what people actually knew versus what they were simply sure of. So not so much an understanding of City Hall, but an understanding of City Hall as compared to these two structures, the ongoing maintenance needs of these structures, and how we would propose to fund those moving forward versus the ongoing needs of City Hall and how we would propose to fund those. A more of a holistic thing and less of a one more person to look at City Hall and tell us that we need to fix the walls and change the bathrooms. So yeah, I'm not sure that this exactly does what we discussed, which would be enable us to compare apples to apples, so to speak. Let us know what our obligations were and the possibilities were for being within trade and transit 1 and 2 versus once it seemed as though we narrowed ourselves to those two possibilities. We were going to occupy trade and transit 1 and 2, or we were going to occupy City Hall. Then which of those in the long run, in terms of cost benefit analysis, which of those holds greater promise? I actually was a bit surprised to see this on the agenda, only because I thought we'd already arrived at a conclusion without doing any of that research. And I wasn't sure I agreed with it, but that was, it seemed as though we had already had. So if we were proposing to look at it, I think I would want to understand the kind of the highest and best use of these two structures, as well as the highest and best use of City Hall. And whatever research we were doing on City Hall, I would hope that we would be able to pass to a potential new developer if we were no longer proposing to utilize the structure. And likewise, the same with these buildings. If the city's not using these buildings, what does RBT do with them moving forward? What is the most feasible use for these structures if we're not here? Because we own an awful lot of Class A office space then with no particular plan and with hopefully no plan to compete in the open market there. So, anyway.
Mr. Allison, you had your hand up.
Yeah, so 3 things. We need water damage estimate. We need ADA cost estimate. Mark Derry did a study of the building. He's an expert on buildings as far as ADA things. That's what he does. And he has intimated and said there's a lot. If we would, the ramp is one thing, the elevators another thing, but he said the extent of what we need to do in City Hall ADA wise is, he felt it was cost prohibitive. So we don't have a list of that. So we need to get that. And the other thing, I wonder whether it's $6 million or $10 million, where's that money coming from? Because I am not in favor of going into debt to fix that building up. Right. When it'd be more cost effective to stay where we are now. So we'd have to figure that out.
Yeah, Mr. Allison, I mean, I would second that. I mean, again, we've talked about this well before most of us were here. We continue to talk about it. The work the ad hoc committee did came to a determination based on accurate facts that we had, but there were some unknowns, and we had a process to clear up those unknowns. They're not cleared up yet. I mean, I agree. I mean, there's a couple of things that have happened. Let you reference ADA, what have you. My opinion, I mean, if we're not going to stay in City Hall, we need another solution that backs up why it's more justifiable, more cost advantageous for the taxpayer, how we're going to do it. And I mean, I'm looking to the administration to do that. I think they're starting that process. I'm assuming based on what I've heard or understood from the real estate services thing with City Hall. But whatever that is supporting, we need to see the alternative, if there is an alternative to not staying in City Hall. And we need to see that backed up by accurate, quantifiable data, just as we had with the ad hoc committee, and demonstrate why that is more advantageous financially to the city. Until we do that, I don't think this supports that effort at all. And until we do that, I think we're just spinning our wheels on a problem that we came to a resolution on. And I might be in the minority on here, but everything that's happened since then doesn't change that for me. The coil thing would have happened whether we were or were not in there. It could happen in here. It could very well happen in here. That's the risk you take of occupying a structure. The water damage, we openly talked about that. And, that's an area that we knew we had to figure out how to take care of already. I mean, nothing's changed from that perspective, and we still don't know that about a year later. So that's just to wrap up beating that horse, but Mr. Pelisi.
Thank you. Real quick, Mr. Girardi, just want to ask, was that correct? Is it in your opinion, sir, that you don't believe that we necessarily need this study because of all the previous studies that we've done?
I think you're going to get the same information that you had before. The only thing is it's a little bit older, so it's not as recent as it should be, but I think the numbers are there to add up and to figure things out. Yes.
Okay. And then to Mr. Allison's point, what we need to know is what's it going to cost to fix this building? And then also what's it going to cost to get it ADA compliant?
Right.
Are there any other costs that we need to figure out that would need to be fixed to make City Hall ready for us to move back into?
Well, I think the other thing is you have to realize too, if you do decide and we do decide to go, again, I do not believe the police should go there. It's never been set up for them. It never will be set up properly for them. They need a different space altogether, which opens the building up now. Because now you have half of the first floor, half of the lower level that's no longer used by that department. Okay, but that's just my opinion. I don't think they belong there.
Where I'm getting at, sir, is so the step one to me is we need a real number. We've never had a real number, what it's going to cost. So, Mr. Girardi, between your expertise and history with the building, sir, and then with, members of the administration, with the assistance of our engineer, John Sander, do you believe that between the resources that we have that within the city that we could come up with the numbers on what it would cost to fix the building and make it ADA compliant between all the studies that we've had done, your professional assessment of the building when you checked it out with the water damage, and working in an effort with our engineer, figuring, we have the ADA compliance that we need. So between, I feel like between all the resources that we have here in the city, between Mr. Girardi's knowledge and Mr. Sanders' knowledge,
And Mr.
along,
Derry, and Mr. Derry.
yep, and Mr. Derry, I apologize, along with the studies that we've already paid for, we should be able to come up with this without paying any more money for all these studies that still don't give us a real number.
I think that was brought up at the Public Works meeting, and I think John, I don't want to speak for John, but John, I think you contest that basically putting the two numbers together, the handicap number and the numbers that we come up with, we could come up with a number that's pretty accurate what needs to be done. John,
I
I'm
agree,
talking.
I agree, I agree, Joe, but I still think it's gonna be a range. You know what I mean, Joe?
Right.
Still
Oh,
gonna be a
exactly. I'm
range.
not disagreeing because it's an existing building and you got existing problems. So you got to give a range, no doubt.
Right. But between you two, you could say, hey, you know what? City council chambers, no damage there. We don't need to touch a wall there. Over secular room, yeah, there's some damage there. We need to open up that section of wall. Now, I understand in renovating old buildings, it's pretty much a Pandora's box. You
Right.
don't know what you're going to get into.
Until you,
when
once you open it
those
up, you don't
doors.
know. Right.
So I expect a range.
Right.
You know, there's going to be that's just expected. You can't get 100% assurance
Right.
on a number when we do this. But between your skill set and John Sanders' skill set, Mr. Derry's skill set, and you tell me if you think that you can do it. Because my understanding is right now, we can do it. We don't need to spend this money on this study. So then my next question would be is, how soon do you think you'd be able to have some sort of a report for us on?
I would turn that to John because John's been dealing with the numbers more than I have. And John, you may be able to answer that better than me.
Not really. I mean, I have a $6 million number from a 2017 report from Reynolds.
Right.
Does not include any of the water damages.
Right.
Off the top of my head, no, I don't know, but I am fairly confident myself and Joe could do it. However, we do have day-to-day responsibilities as well.
Right.
So.
Well, I understand that, Mr. Sander. I believe me, I do. I know you guys have a lot on your plate. That's why I'm just asking. You know, if we choose to not support this and we choose to support the resources that we have at the city, you know, I know you have your daily job functions, roles and responsibilities. But between the two of you and your resources and what we have here,
right.
Do you think that it is something that we could do? And if so, how long do you think it? Again, I'm not looking for precise dates.
I think it can be done, but I think it would take probably at least 2 council meetings, which is roughly 30 days, 45 days, something of that sort, just to make sure we're all right. Because I need Adam's input on it too, Winder, because he's involved with the building, and Keith is also very much involved in the building. So I'm thinking you would probably have a good number or a range
About
within
2
that
months.
time frame.
So
How
if
about
we
2
did
months?
that,
What's that?
About 2 months.
if we did that, do you think then you'd be able to provide us with some relatively solid numbers, sir, that, hey, we know we assessed it, your professional opinion, you know, John's assessment with his professional opinion, with the knowledge of everyone we have here, hey, we've got to fix this. It's going to cost X amount. We move this to make it ADA compliant. It's going to cost this amount.
Right.
So do you think we would actually?
I think Bonnie
2
was
months?
saying, or Mrs. Katz was saying 2 months. I think that's reasonable. John, do you think so?
I think 2 months is reasonable. Yeah, I think we could do that, Joe.
Okay, that's what I was hoping to get us to. All right, thank you, sir. Thank you, John.
Randy, Bonnie, then John.
Okay. John Sander, that $6 million comes from which year study?
Comes from a 2017 cost estimate by Reynolds Construction. Includes everything with the exception of the 2 recent water events.
So that's $6 million in 2017 dollars.
No, I actually escalated that from 2017 to current day pricing. It was about 5.3 million. I escalated it with inflation.
You escalate, okay, because those are the kinds of dollars we want to look at, what it costs today. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I just want to make a side note here, John. When you do have resolutions, please go to our city solicitors, either Austin or Norm, okay? Because
Yep.
the solicitor that looked at this was
So-
Jill Knack.
Yeah, I
And
can
we're-
touch on that for a
we're
minute.
trying to
So
separate.
I can touch on that for a minute. So with this resolution, EADS actually sent us a broader scope, which was all city buildings. We sat back. Jill was dealing with the buildings in regards to insurance, obviously. We called EADS back. We said, give us 2 resolutions. One you have in front of you. Another one is for all RVT owned buildings. You don't have that yet. So that is still a possibility in the near future, as you guys were talking about earlier. So the one you have before you is simply for City Hall, obviously.
Just keep.
So
in
that's
mind-
why Ms. Nagy was involved.
Okay.
Mr. Mackey.
Yeah, a couple thoughts. Randy, you were talking about the ADA study and the upgrades. I believe the language, and it's not going to be specific, but it was going to be a major investment for minimal return. And when we're talking about making City Hall ADA compliant, and to your point, and Vince, I completely understand where you're coming from, but number one, is this how we want John Sander and people spending their time? And let's say they come back. I mean, what is the number? I mean, and where's that money coming from, right, Randy? I agree with you. I am not in favor of going into debt to fix up City Hall. So they take 60 days and they do this study and they come back with a number, $15 million, $10 million, whatever it is. Okay, well, we have a number now, but where's that money coming from? Again, and Mayor, maybe you can answer this, or maybe somebody else can answer this, but what is it exactly that's wrong with the situation we currently find ourselves in? I mean,
I don't think my personal opinion, I don't think there's anything wrong with the situation we
right.
Currently find. I think, if you all could reach out to the employees and take an unofficial poll, I think they would think that that's okay. And, and I think to that point as well, as far as the building, I don't know if we'll get a hard number, maybe more along the lines, it's going to be at least this, because I think, any contractor, worth their weight in gold is going to say, once you can go in City Hall some places and just start peeling at the wall, it's just going to crumble down.
Right.
And so I think it's so, we can, John and Joe and others can look at this but I don't know. To me, it's probably going to be more along the lines of, it's going to be at least 10 million or at least 15 million. We had extensive conversation, as was noted, with Mr. Derry. And he alluded to that and said, it's going to be significant, but,
and that would be 15 million, and the police are still where they're at now. Because we all agree the police don't belong in City Hall,
yeah,
right? Okay, so again, I personally don't know why we're still even having this conversation. Let's just,
We're having this conversation because we're in a temporary location.
But does this
and
have to be temporary? And that's what I'm asking the mayor.
We don't know the answer to that.
Right.
Mayor Slaughter,
yes.
so we have our police in a temporary location. They can't stay there long-term because of a deed restriction, okay? We're leasing a space from ourselves. I'm assuming that we're not going to own this property probably in a year or two, okay? So we're going to lease it from another governmental authority. And I can't speak for everybody else, but members of the ad hoc, both from council and the administration, were not comfortable at that time doing any kind of leasing option. And we actually had a leasing option that was better from another entity, that was more cost effective for the city and actually included more, right? This has always been a temporary measure. If it's going to be permanent, we need to understand why that's better. All right, in my mind, and we need to see that, and we need to see that soon.
Well,
The administration needs to undertake that and lead that.
If I can maybe go back to something Mr. Winder said earlier, let's stop looking behind us. Let's move ahead. So let's figure all that stuff out. And why don't we just, I hate this, maybe I don't hate to say it, but this might not maybe be a popular opinion. I don't know, but let's exclude City Hall from this equation, right? Because whether it's $5, $10, $15 million to fix the place up and move back in, we don't have that kind of money.
We don't have the money for anything.
But my point is, let's figure out where we're going, looking ahead, right? And not behind us.
To look ahead, we have to understand and look behind us to a degree, because as we saw it a year ago, staying in City Hall was more fiscally prudent because, again, I agree. We don't have money to buy a new building, or we don't have all the money to fix up staying in City Hall, but that was the least expensive option, right? And so if you look at the recommendation, that was the over a long-term period, that was the most cost-effective approach. Staying in City Hall versus moving into a different option because of a number of factors, mainly buying a place and moving the police versus keeping them in City Hall. That was a big factor into the equation, right? I mean, again, look, if there is a better option out there that is more fiscally advantageous and doable for us, great, let's see it. But I mean, I don't have that information today. That's the hang up for me, right? There's in my head, I don't understand how being here is more fiscally responsible because we looked at being here as a part of that study through the ad hoc, and it was actually more expensive long-term to be here because we needed a place for the police. We actually could get more external funding sources for City Hall because of the historical nature of it. That helped make it more cost-effective. So that's what I need to see. And I mean, again, in relation to the item in front of us, I think this is redundant. I don't think we need it, okay? In the grand scheme of things, that's what I'm looking for. If council's gonna make a decision on going somewhere else, we need a recommendation from the administration backed up by and showing why it's more fiscally responsible. And that's just what I'm looking for, Mr. Pelisi, and then I think we can wrap this up.
Yeah, thank you. I apologize. I didn't mean to get us all in.
No
in this
worries.
Big thing. Merely what I was saying, gentlemen, and I'm not saying I'm choosing to stay in City Hall. I'm not saying I'm choosing to leave. What I'm saying is for us to be responsible in the decisions that we're going to make regarding the future of the city and where we're located, we need to have the numbers in front of us. And to both your points, gentlemen, if you don't want to looking at saying we shouldn't put any more money into it, great. I don't think that we should support this personally, and you'll get my vote on it, to the cost of $10,000 when these gentlemen are already saying that they can do the study, get the hard number for us, or figure range for us. At no real extra cost to the city already. So that's all I'm saying is that I want the real figures in front of us so then we can move forward responsibly, fiscally responsibly, with the city to make the determination of do we go, do we stay? That's all.
Thanks, Vince.
John,
Thank you.
I just want to answer your question about the numbers. We want to be transparent to our taxpayers. There are people out there that really want to know how much it will cost to fix up City Hall. And that's what, and I've heard that, personally from a lot of people that give us the numbers. I mean, and that's why we're going through this. And once we have those numbers, then we can justify why we don't go or we stay, whatever.
Are there any final questions related to the resolution? Mrs. Mealy?
All I'm hearing is that none of us feel as though this is going to provide us with the information we need to make a decision.
Correct, correct.
For one
We've-
reason or another.
Correct.
And, right, whether because we feel that we need more information or because we feel that we never needed this information in the first place. So, but I'm
Correct.
not sure exactly where that takes the administration in terms of guidance on how to go
Correct.
forward. But
We
it does
do.
seem to me like if we were looking to engage a consultant to provide the information that I'm after, and that it sounds like Mr. Yoder is after, the previous studies that we've conducted should be more than enough to provide to that consultant to allow them to arrive at an assumption on City Hall.
Correct.
And then what we would need to do is evaluate the other structures in our possibilities bag. And Bonnie, most of what I've heard from the public is that they'd like us to make a decision.
They want a
Yes.
decision, right?
So-
Yes, and to do that, we need these holes closed, and we need a plan from the administration to do so.
Right.
I think we're gonna get one within 2 months. I will look forward to seeing that plan. That's what I heard in the discussion. I'll look forward to seeing that. I'll look forward to seeing how that, whatever the plan is, how we're gonna pay for it, how it's more fiscally advantageous one way or the other, and let's make a decision.
Yep.
And that's great. All right. Any other final questions on the resolution?
Can we vote on it now?
Yes. Mrs. Frank on the motion, please.
No.
Mr. Mackey,
No.
Mr. Pelisi,
No.
Mr. Bider,
No.
Ms. Mealy,
No,
Mrs. Katz.
No,
Mr. Yoder.
No, motion fails 0-7.
We spent a lot of time on a unanimous.
Yeah, we did. All right, going through the rest of the agenda, item 11, Mrs. Frank in short form, please.
Resolution to amend resolution 8880.
Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Mayor, good evening
Good evening
again.
again, President Yoder, Vice President Katz, members of council. What you have before you, and this should be a extremely brief one, relatively speaking, compared to the other items tonight. This is a resolution to amend resolution number 8880, which was originally, the original resolution was approved by City Council in 2019, April 11th, 2019, and it related to a lease agreement with M&T Bank related to a 2019 Chevy Tahoe command vehicle that's used by the fire department. There's no financial, any issues at all with any of this. This has nothing to do with the finances. Nothing changes in this amendment. This simply is the original lease documents were never signed and sent via the U.S. Postal Service to M&T, and they actually need the original documents for this lease agreement. And so obviously the administrations have changed. The previous administration is no longer here. So working with Solicitor Lubin and Solicitor White, they said the easiest way to accomplish this is just to amend it, giving the current administration the authorization to sign these documents and then send them the originals then to M&T. So that's all this does. It doesn't change anything. We've already made 2 payments on this. The third and final payment will be made this year, and then we can purchase the command vehicle for $1 at that point if we so choose. So again, no monetary changes related to this amendment. And it was reviewed in finance and public safety, and both of those committees sent it with a positive recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor Slaughter. And that was an error on my end. I meant to send it to public safety. In the conversation with Janice, I misspoke. So my apologies for the duplication of efforts.
It was an easy one.
Yeah, but nonetheless, John, I'll defer to you first. It was discussed twice. Really, probably not much to say.
What he said.
Ms. Mealy, is there anything to add? I know it should have been in finance, but sorry about that.
I enjoyed the fact that we had to spend then 10 minutes discussing the item. I think it did lead us to a handful of other things. Was this how we leapfrogged into a discussion of wanting to understand
How many leased
leased
vehicles there are?
there
Yeah.
are in the city, and then a summary of all existing city debt for the benefit of new council people? So frankly, it was perhaps useful, even though there was no good reason for it to be in finance.
Yeah.
But we had a good discussion. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're working in the lease vehicles across the city. So not just public safety, but all of our lease.
Public
vehicles.
Works, et
Yeah,
cetera.
codes,
Right.
anything that we have, we'll get that list, the comprehensive list to council, as well as our debt. I was talking to Joe Pavlak about that today, so we'll get that.
Are we still looking at a lease agreement with Enterprise for the, okay.
Yeah, we're still
Right.
exploring that. There's been, because of their governmental pricing and different things, there's been some hiccups, but we're still working with Enterprise.
Got it. Chief Snyder, at some point, if you jog my memory, I sent a whole list of questions to Rachel Tilson back when she was working on that. Rachel Kramer, maybe her name is now. Yeah, back when she was working on it. And I don't think I got answers to them, but it might, I'll try to remember to send them your way just so that those are taken care of. Okay. Okay, good. Yeah, I had a bunch of questions and I'm not sure whether they got addressed in the last conversation we had. And it seems like it's a good project. I just wanted to make sure that we all of our, eyes were dotted and T's were crossed. Thanks.
Are there any other questions from other members of council? Hearing and seeing none. Mrs. Frank on the motion, please.
Mr. Allison,
Yes.
Mr. Mackey,
Yes.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Bider,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz.
Yes.
Mr. Yoder.
Yes, motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Janice. Thank you, council. We did item 12, item 13. Mrs. Frank in short form, please.
Resolution authorizing the partnership between the city of Williamsport and Redesk for the purchase of recreation software.
Is there a motion and a second?
Move it.
Second.
All right, Mr. Drummond, you are up again.
So what you have in front of you is a resolution to partner with Rec Desk for recreation software. This software is not just for the recreation department, it's for making the lives of our citizens that much easier and accessible to everything feasible throughout the recreation department as well as city. We have had a recreation software prior, probably 3 or 4 years ago. That software didn't cover everything that we needed it to cover and was not functional the way we needed it to function. I've sat with this company via Zoom 3 or 4 times, myself, IT. It is a one-stop shop. It covers everything that we need and then some to implement at later times if needed. This is just to see if we can get this software up and running. It is compatible with the city's current software that we have. It is one base. They handle everything, and then we just process everything on our end. It was reviewed in council and approved with a positive recommendation.
Yeah, this was in finance, correct?
Yeah, this was reviewed in finance and board with a positive recommendation. And the software looks as though it will do for us what we'd like. You'll pardon me, ladies and gentlemen, but for some reason I've completely forgotten. What line is this $5,200 coming out of? We discussed it, it seems to me, but for some reason.
It's under my general office
in your
fund for
general
my
office.
equipment and software.
Thanks. Mrs. Katz was asking, and I was like, I should remember that, but I can't right now. And how long is that $5,200 rate guaranteed for?
It's a year-to-year contract. There is no termination fee if we choose not to go with them. If things don't work 6 months, 3 months down the line, there is no penalty for anything. The only additional charge there would be is if the city changes the way it processes payments, then there would be an additional $1,200 fee. But as of where it stands now, the $5,200 is the fee for the year.
Right. No, I'm just saying the $5,200 is a fee for this year. Is it relatively stable year to year? It's not as though we.
Yes, that's what it is every year.
All right. That was in the contract. It was simply a 1-year contract. And so at finance, we didn't have the contract. We only had the sort of the small summary document. And in the contract, this is a 1-year contract with an option to extend next year. So I wanted to make certain that we knew that the pricing was locked in year over year, not just.
Yes.
Okay. Or at least for a handful of years. I think it will take us a little bit of time to transition to the software. So what I wouldn't want to see is us go with this for a year and then next year find out it's costing $6,000 and say, we don't want to do this anymore or something like that. The other question I have was, has the administration put any thought into this contract covers transaction fees related to rec desk, but it doesn't cover, we need a separate contact with the merchant provider.
No, they handle everything. Everything.
No,
is
they don't. It says in their contract, they don't.
Okay, I was just saying, I was in their
Yeah,
assumption
no.
and talking through and reading through that.
I mean, what it says in the contract is we need a separate contract with a credit card processor. And that credit card processor will charge us, I would have to guess, about 3.5% on every transaction we push through.
Unless we distribute to the user itself. That's from what
Right.
I understood.
And I'm not certain, it would depend on the credit card processor if we could do that. It would depend to a certain extent on rec desk software, if we would be able to push that charge through to the end user. Because their software would have to be able to calculate not just the initial fee, but also the 3.5%, you know what I mean, and figure out a way to return that to us, et cetera, et cetera. I would think the software would be capable of that, but I'm not sure. I apologize because we didn't review the contracts. That was something that I noticed looking over the contract that wasn't a part of the initial discussion. And if it weren't possible for us to simply increase, we might need to increase rec charges across the board to accommodate for the 3.5%, since I would assume that the majority of our users will be purchasing online. So we'd be paying that 3.5% on the majority of the transactions for recreation. I guess I'm simply trying to make certain that we talked about how they have a 500K limit and then they start charging for transactions and how the city is never likely to take in 500K in recreation. On the other hand, I think that we all have a vested interest in us not taking in whatever we currently take in minus 3.5%. So that was, I don't know. Derek, have you guys talked about that at all? Or has anybody talked about it? I know that in the treasurer's office now, we charge a fee to pay by credit card online. But you don't know if Rec Desk can enable that as a possibility, correct?
From what I understand is the same system that the tax office uses is the same system that we can use.
Right, so the system then would allow us to charge a user fee. Rec desk can allow us to do that too. That would be the only question.
From what I had with the meeting and I understood correctly, yes.
Okay, all right, because that's the only thing that I would want to make certain of. There are you probably spend as much time dealing with credit card stuff as I do, right? There are a lot of really weird laws and regulations and rules and things like that that you have to kind of jump through. And it sounds as though if we're using the same one that the treasurer is using, the same processor, then we know that the processor has the capability, but the software may not contain the capability for whatever reason. I think that would be a possibility. So that would be something that we should look into, but I don't know what that, and my apologies, Adam, for not having talked about this on Tuesday so that we could have it squared away by today, but
That's okay.
I didn't have time to review the contract until earlier today.
That's okay.
So that would be my only concern. Otherwise, the software looks great. They do
Yeah.
business with, they're the leading provider of this sort of service to communities that, I would imagine that they provide that service as well. But
Yeah.
if they did not, I think I would feel comfortable moving on this item on the understanding that if RecDesk does not provide the ability to add a service fee to individual charges within the system, then the city would have to agree to increase our recreation fees to cover the service fee for credit card usage, which is a shame because it means that we're also charging that to people who pay by cash or check or a medium that we don't pay a fee for. But
Yeah, I can understand that and support that. I mean, is it better to proceed with that understanding or is it better to pause for 2 weeks and answer the questions?
the only issue, I suppose, is trying to make sure that the software is live for us to use for the rec season. Because I think that we want to have all of the implementation of it out of the way before we get into the recreation season. So I'm not sure how tight your timeline is there.
They're saying the turnover with training and everything is between 3 to 4 weeks.
So there's time. We could pause. Yeah. That's the one thing I think I wouldn't mind understanding a little better, Kayla, is just how the relationship between the processor and the company works.
I would agree.
And the only other thing was I wanted to make sure, it seems like you're pretty clear on it, but we're clear that we're not going to trigger that $1,200 fee for data import, right?
No.
We don't have any data that needs to be imported into the new system. Okay, all right, good.
Mrs. Gadsden, Mr. Pelisi.
Is there a Loyalsoft? Do they have a charge card system?
Yes.
And what software company are they using? Where are they coming? I mean, I know for my store, I use PNC.
Right. I'm not entirely sure what Loyalsock uses. I reached out to Shannon, who is their rec director of Loyalsock, and she said she would get back to me, and I haven't.
Because they
gotten that.
probably use a charge card system for all of their activities. also.
Correct.
Right. And it would be interesting to know who they're using.
I can
I would
try
really-
to
I would
get
really
that
like to know who
information a
that
little
is.
better. Hopefully I can get something by end of next week.
Building permits, all of that. I know Councilwoman Miller just asked that question. So we are looking into it, and not just the rec department, but across the board with our new financial software that we're exploring and how that fits into, if we start accepting credit card payments for building permits or for whatever the case might be. So, yeah.
Yeah, well, we need to make sure that we're getting the service fee
Right,
somehow in there. I would check, with Nick to make sure if this is the time when we're not fully satisfied with our existing processor, obviously we should make a change now rather than wait until we've got these other things, modules out.
There's too many companies that are online.
Mr.
Sorry,
Pelisi, you
sorry,
had a
I didn't mean
question.
to jump on you.
So Kayla, thank you. Kayla, I think I know the answer already, but just for the sake of asking, I'm going to. Do we anticipate over $500,000 worth of transactions in a year through
No.
this system?
Not at all.
I didn't think so, but I had to ask merely because I see that anything in excess of $500,000, we're going to be charged 0.75%
Right.
per quarter transaction fee, which at the bare minimum is $3,750 a quarter, $15,000 a year. So, like I said, I thought I knew the answer already.
There's
but
nothing
I
that
had
we'll have to
ask.
worry about this year.
Okay. I hope we get to the point where we'll have to worry about that, though. All right, thank you.
Mr. Bider.
With the credit card processing, is that something that will have to be put out to RFP? to find a vendor for that?
No, not necessarily. We could go that way if we wanted to, but no, you didn't have, we don't have to.
That would extend the process, I assume, so on and so on. So
No other questions. You want to vote on it? Do we want to table it for 2 weeks, get some questions answered?
my suggestion would be that we table this till next meeting to get those questions answered. And I'm assuming Nick Grimes then would be the first person that we would have to take this to find that out from. And depending upon his answer, then we're going to need to see action on the administration side based upon what route we're going to go with the processor. This has no reflection upon the software itself that you're looking at. I think it's something that's beneficial for everybody, considering how we live on our phones, as I mentioned in the committee meeting, and people's ability to pay so they can take part in these programs. So really, the credit card processing is why I suggest that we table that till next meeting.
Okay. Is there a motion to table?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second to table. Mrs. Frank on the motion, please.
Mr. Allison,
Yes.
Mr. Mackey,
Yes.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Bider,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz.
Yes.
Mr. Yoder.
Yes. We motion to table 7-0. We'll look forward to hearing what you have to say, Ms. Drummond, in 2 weeks. Thank you very much. Okay, I think the next one is item 16. Mrs. Frank in short form, please. And by all means, tell me if I'm repeating or missing something.
Resolution authorizing an agreement between the city of Williamsport and Choice Carpet Cleaners.
Is there a motion and a second?
So
Move it.
moved. Second.
Mr. Livermore, welcome back.
Again. What you have before you is a resolution authorizing an agreement between the city of Williamsport and Choice Carpet Cleaners to enter in a contract agreement with Choice Carpet Cleaners for janitorial services for City Hall facilities, Trade Transit 1, Trade Transit 2, 810 Nichols Place, which is Police Department, Public Works Department, starting on March 1st, 2022 and ending December 31st, 2022. Not to exceed 38,325. This was reviewed in Public Works and was passed with a positive recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Livermore. This was reviewed in Public Works, Mrs. Katz.
Yes, he said it all.
Okay. Are there any other questions from other members of Public Works or members of council? Hearing, seeing none, Mrs. Frank on the motion, please.
Mr. Allison,
Yes.
Mr. Mackey,
Yes.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Bider,
He stepped
Ms.
out.
Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz.
Yes.
Mr. Yoder.
Yes, motion passes 6-0. Thank you, Mr. Livermore. Moving on, item 17, Mrs. Frank.
Resolution authorizing an agreement between River Valley Transit and Choice Carpet Cleaners.
Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Winder, welcome back.
Thank you. This is a resolution authorizing an agreement between River Valley Transit and Choice Carpet Cleaners. An RFP was put out. Choice Carpet Cleaners was the only bidder that came back. This is to clean it's cleaning services for all RVT facilities that are related to transit. It is from March 1st, 2022 until June 30th, 2023. Not to exceed $60,365. The only reason we put the not to exceed in there is because we will have them clean carpets. They do shampoo, seats of buses, etc. So we did put all inclusive items out to bid and just put a not to exceed number in that. And it was reviewed in the Transit Oversight Committee and passed with a positive recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Winder. It was very quickly because we used a lot of our time to talk about the authority process, what have you. Yeah, Mr. Winder covered it all. So are there any other questions from other members of council? We're missing 2 right now, which is okay. Ms. Mealy.
Do we think that we received no other bids simply because Choice is the only business in the area that can handle this sort of a contract, or?
No, we actually gave 4 other companies a tour.
Okay.
I'm not sure why they didn't bid on it. It was put on pen bid through John Sander.
Okay,
And we did advertise it in the newspaper.
got it. Just curious. It doesn't seem as though cleaning city facilities at this point would be something that most people wouldn't be interested in bidding on, so I'm confused as to why it didn't. Yeah, anyway, that's all.
It's a crazy market right now.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's across the board. I mean, people were turning down work because they, for a number of reasons, we all understand. So I'm sure that's part of it, but understood. Any other questions from members of council? If not, Mrs. Frank on the motion, please.
Mr. Allison.
Yes.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz.
Yes.
Mr. Yoder.
Yes, motion passes 5-0. Moving on, item 18, Mrs. Frank.
Resolution authorizing a professional services agreement between River Valley Transit and Blackbaud for a financial management hosting services.
Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All right. Back to you.
This resolution is to authorize the service agreement between River Valley Transit and Blackbaud Incorporated. Blackbaud is the upgrade to the Financial Edge package that we currently have, that we've had since 2011. It is in the amount of $90,971.15 for a total of 48 months. With us being the management team for Endless Mountain Transportation, pending the approval of Endless Mountain Transportation's board, they would cover half of the cost, so that would reduce us to just a little over $45,000 for that term of the agreement for the RVT portion. It would streamline quite a few things within our financial package. It would also reduce the paper load drastically. This was reviewed in the Transit Oversight Committee and passed forward the positive recommendation. I do have Nicole Farr, our CFO, back there that can come up and answer any questions you may have as well.
Yeah, this was reviewed in transit as well. Really quickly, positive recommendation. The thing that I would point out, if I recall from the conversation, one, this is pretty common in transit to be used, so should be pretty seamless there. And then the cost sharing, if I understood it correctly, and EMTA already has this as well. They need the same upgrade. And so we're doing this together as we're able to. So it just timing wise is just easier from a management perspective as well, correct?
Correct. And we're just
Okay.
showing the full total to city council as well as
Yeah.
Endless Mountain, so they understand the full total and
Correct.
what the cost breakout is.
Okay. Yep, correct. Yeah, this was positive recommendation, so I'll defer to other members for any additional questions. Ms. Mealy.
Real quick, what's the cost for the upgrade? It says it replaces RVT's existing support and maintenance fees. So what were you paying previous to this contract?
What were we paying previously? A little over 10,000 a year. A little over 10,000 a year for us and a little over 10,000 a year for Endless.
So this doubles the fee, or this is with Endless? Endless has
This
their
is with
contract.
Endless.
This is with Endless,
Yes.
so it's nearly the same fee
Yep.
when all said and done after implementation. et cetera. Okay, good.
Any other questions from members of council? Hearing and seeing none, Mrs. Frank on the motion, please.
Mr. Allison,
Yes.
Mr. Mackey.
Yes.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Bider,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz.
Yes.
Mr. Yoder.
Yes, motion passes 7-0. Moving on, item 19, Mrs. Frank, if you would read that, please.
Resolution authorizing a service agreement between River Valley Transit and Johnson Controls.
Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Winder.
This is just a agreement between the River Valley Transit and Johnson Controls. Johnson Controls is our provider for our fire service, or our fire alarm system. This would allow them to come in and do the sprinkler test as well as the inspections, which are a requirement by L&I. It would be a not to exceed of $1,776. This was reviewed in transit oversight and passed with a positive recommendation due to a necessity that we do need, and it made the most sense just to use our current provider.
Correct. Mr. Winder summed it up pretty well. I'll defer to other members for other questions.
The only question that I have for that, and if you could enlighten me, please, Chief, why is this something that the fire department cannot do and we have to contract this out to a company like Johnson Controls?
Yeah, coming from the industry a little bit, there's a proprietary nature to the technology purposely, because I don't think you want anybody just coming off the street and messing with a fire alarm system, number one. And then that's the big thing. I mean, number two, I mean, you need to get into the system to test specifically. So that's a big reason why. And again, from my industry experience, the numbers well within, market value. So it's nothing to really squawk at. So. Any other questions from other members? Hearing and seeing none, Mrs. Frank on the motion, please.
Mr. Allison,
Yes.
Mr. Mackey.
Yes.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Bider,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz.
Yes.
Mr. Yoder.
Yes, motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Mrs. Frank. And if you would be so kind as to read item 20.
Resolution authorizing a labor and industry elevator inspection agreement between River Valley Transit and Kone.
Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Similar situation, Kone is the manufacturer of the elevator, the two elevators, I apologize, at Trade and Trans, or, I'm sorry, Church Street parking garage. A few months ago, we did bring forward a service agreement, which was approved by council. And this is the LNI load test inspection that's required, and LNI does require a third party to do that. So it makes the most sense to use Kone for both elevators to be done. It is a not to exceed $4,500. It is based upon their time that they're here.
All right. And yes, this was reviewed in transit oversight. One quick question, and if you mentioned this Tuesday, I didn't catch it. Did you say this was for the parking garage?
Yes, Church Street parking deck.
Why is RBT covering that? Shouldn't the parking authority be covering that?
No, Church Street is owned by City of Williamsport / River Valley Transit. That's another facility that was built with FTA funds, state funds.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
So Third Street garage is owned by parking authority, but the land is owned by the city. Church Street is 100% city / RBT. A mess, yes.
Sounds good. Are there any other questions from other members of council? You're seeing none. Mrs. Frank on the motion, please.
Mr. Allison.
Yes.
Mr. Mackey,
Yes.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Bider,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz.
Yes.
Mr. Yoder.
Yes. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Wender, and thank you, Mrs. Frank. Item 21, Mrs. Frank, if you would read that, please.
A resolution authorizing the sale of public works snowplow.
Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
All right, Mr. Livermore, I think this is your last one.
What you have before you is a resolution authorizing the sale of a public works snowplow. The snowplow is obviously no longer in service, trying to clean up a little bit. This will be placed on public surplus with a reserve bid of $1,500, and the money we got will be liquid fuels, go back in the liquid fuels account. This was reviewed in Public Works and was passed with a positive recommendation.
All right, Mrs. Katz from Public Works.
I think he said it all. The only thing that's not on the resolution is not the cost, the lowest bid.
You're right. I missed it. I think Vin said something about it. But yeah, so it's a reserve, so that'll go on there. We won't accept anything less than 1,500.
Nor does that have to be, amended?
Yes.
So it would read, resolve that the city, council of the city of Williamsport authorized the sale of public works snowplow that is no longer being used with a minimum bid of $1,500.
Yes.
Would that be appropriate just to put it in that respect?
So your motion,
I'll make a motion to amend.
Second.
is there any discussion on the amendment? Which solicitor reviewed this?
I don't know if I sent it to Austin.
Okay.
I'll have to check into that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. It's all good. No questions. Mrs. Frank on the motion to amend?
Mr. Allison.
Yes.
Mr. Mackey,
Yes.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Bider,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz.
Yes.
Mr. Yoder.
Yes. All right, motion to amend passes. Is there any other questions on the resolution? You're seeing none. Mrs. Frank on the motion for the resolution.
Mr. Allison,
Yes.
Mr. Mackey,
Yes.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Bider,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz.
Yes.
Mr. Yoder.
Yes. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Livermore. I think the next one up is item 24, if my notes are correct. Mrs. Frank, if you would read that, please.
Resolution approving a memorandum of understanding between the Williamsport Bureau of Police and the U.S. Probation Office, Middle District, and PA.
Is there a motion and a second?
So moved. Second.
Mr. Chief Snyder.
Thank you, council. Bring before you for approval a resolution authorizing a new memorandum of understanding between the Williamsport Bureau of Police and the U.S. Probation Office, Middle District of PA, located here, the federal building here at 240 West 3rd Street. As of 2022, the Municipal Police Officers Education and Training Commission, also known as MOPEC, has made it mandatory for all municipal police officers, or excuse me, police departments to provide defensive tactics instruction to all Act 120 certified police officers within each respective department. Currently, the Williamsport Bureau of Police doesn't have a designated area for to do such training for defensive tactics. And so we're just looking for approval for a memorandum of understanding to utilize U.S. Probation's office, their defensive tactics room. That's it. Any questions?
Thank you, Chief Snyder. This was reviewed in public safety, so I'll defer to John.
Yeah, it was. The chief said it all. I mean, this is required now, and this is no cost to the city. So we pass this along with a positive recommendation. So.
Thank you, Mr. Mackey. Are there any other questions from other members of council related to this?
And just for record, Mr. Austin White did review and approve the MOU.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Any questions from other members of council? Hearing and seeing none. Mrs. Frank on the motion, please.
Mr. Allison.
Yes.
Mr. Mackey,
Yes.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Bider,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz,
Yes.
Mr. Yoder.
Yes, motion passes 7-0. Thank you, everybody. And then the last one, I think, is 25 before we get into filing and announcements and stuff. So if you would, Mrs. Frank, read that.
A resolution for a contract for services between the city of Williamsport and Blue Line K9 LLC.
Is there a motion and a second?
So move.
Second.
Chief Snyder.
Thank you.
Yep.
I bring before you for approval, a resolution authorizing a new contract or agreement between the Williamsport Bureau of Police and Mr. Joseph Lukowski, a proprietor of Blue Line K9 LLC out of Old Forge, PA. I do have a resume that's attached to the memorandum that I provided to you. His resume, Mr. Lukowski, his resume outlines his professional development certifications to include his national certification as well as his achievements. As a result of this new contract agreement, the cost of training service for Williamsport Bureau of Police K9 unit would be for each respective team $1,900 per team for a total of $3,800, and that's an annual cost. Just for note of this new contract, an agreement with Blue Line K9 will yield a cost savings of about $6,200 from what we were paying with the previous trainer that we had. So this also was approved or reviewed and approved by our solicitor, Mr. Austin White. And I'll open up the floor for any questions.
Thank you, Chief Snyder.
Yes, sir.
This was reviewed in public safety as well, Mr. Mackey.
It was, yeah. I think obviously the most exciting thing here is we're saving about $6,200 as compared to what we would be paying with the previous, certification instructor. We did have a good conversation about the program itself, and the fact that this was all funded through donations. And Bonnie, if you want to speak to that a little bit, but we did pass this along with a full recommendation.
As the chief knows, this is a program that's near and dear to my heart.
Yes, ma'am.
Also we were to find out what is left in the account.
Yes, I did that for you. I looked at it. We're about $29,700.
Which means you're gonna have to do some fundraising,
Yes, ma'am.
especially if we wanted a third dog.
Sure.
But we're doing fine here. The dogs are healthy. And the other thing that they're such a great benefit to the city. These are 2 four-legged extra police officers.
Absolutely. We got 2 great K9 teams. We have Captain Bell that's overseeing the K9 program. We got some aggressive officers that are going out there and I'm making things happen. So they're doing a great job.
Fantastic. No, I'm excited with this program. I really am. And to hear why the change, not only was it cost, for us, it's a better cost, but also to know that the other instructor was not certified. The wife was, but the gentleman who was certified is, do I have that correct?
Right now, we did not have a certification. The dogs, and Captain Bell can speak a little bit better to this, overseeing the program. We had dogs that were certified when we received them over the course of time. In the past, we lost that certification. So now with this new instructor, he's certified a national certification, which is Napawata. Captain Bell could speak to that he's got the training and experience, almost 20 years experience there that he can speak more on it, but it's going to allow our dogs to be certified now once again. So for our purposes, obviously litigation and for the use in court that we have to defend. So the certification is good.
I was upset about that when I found that out, because that was one of the first things that we were asking, to make sure everything was certified because of litigation and things like that. So I'm happy that it's being corrected and it's going to move forward. Thank you, Chief.
Yes.
Are there any other questions from members of council on this? Seeing none, Mrs. Frank on the motion, please.
Mr. Allison,
Yes.
Mr. Mackey,
Yes.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Bider,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz,
Yes.
Mr. Yoder.
Yes, motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Chief, very
Thank you
much.
very much.
Appreciate it. Am I missing anything, Janice? I think we're on, except for filing, correct?
Except.
Awesome. Item 28, except for filing Transit Oversight Committee meeting minutes from January 18th, 2022, Finance Committee meeting minutes from November 30th, 2021, and the Controller's report from October 31st, 2021. Is there a motion and a second to accept the filing?
So moved. Second.
Is there any discussion on any of the items we're filing? Hearing and seeing none, Mrs. Frank on the motion, please.
Mr. Allison,
Yes.
Mr. Mackey,
Yes.
Mr. Pelisi,
Yes.
Mr. Bider,
Yes.
Ms. Mealy,
Yes.
Mrs. Katz.
Yes.
Mr. Yoder.
Yes, motion passes 7-0. Thank you all. Announcements. The next regularly scheduled city council meeting will be held on Thursday, March 3rd, 2022 at 7 p.m. at Trade and Transit 2. Upcoming meetings on tomorrow, Friday, February 15th at 1 p.m. We have the ERC committee. Wednesday, February 23rd, 11:30 a.m. Redevelopment Authority. Tuesday, March 1st, 11:30 a.m. Public Safety, 1 p.m. Finance, 2:30 p.m. Public Works, 4 p.m. Transit Oversight, and then in 2 weeks, Thursday, March 3rd, our city council meeting at 7 p.m. Are there any comments from members of council? Here you see none. Are there any comments from the administration at about 10:52 p.m.? No. Are there any comments from the public? If you'd be so kind, for the record, Ralph, state your name and address, and we'll look forward to hearing from you, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, council members. Ralph Keller, 203 U Street. Most of you already know where I live. A few of you probably don't. My house is corner of Hughes and Elizabeth, and most specifically about 50 feet from those fields, baseball fields. I have a vested interest. Whatever's done could affect my quality of life as well as my property value. So I am interested in what you're doing. I know there's some issues with the fields, but I just make a couple of comments. There may be some grandiose plan beyond what I can imagine, but just those fields, it's hard to imagine how you could spend $750,000 to move some dirt around and put up a couple buildings. Number one. Number two, my family's been there since 1936, before Little League existed. So I'm familiar with the whole thing. The inner field has been there since the 50s. The outer field was put in when I was in junior high school, early 60s. Those two fields have been in play for a half a century under Brandon Little League, and they were fine. Well, they weren't fine. There were some issues. But how all of a sudden did they go from being playable fields under Brandon when Wall came in? Now they can't possibly be used about $750,000. Just throwing that out there for what it's worth. Now, I would ask this, and Mr. Maggie specifically, because it seems you're taking kind of lead on the whole thing. So I'm sorry. Any of you have Google Earth on your computers? Please go on Google Earth and look at the aerial view of Brandon Park and zoom in on those fields, specifically what is considered the girls' little league field or the softball field next to the street. You'll see that they shoehorned it in there. It is not a regulation size field or a shape. It's more of a kidney shape. It's squeezed in there. It should never have been put there. There's water problems. So if you're going to do something with that field. Get rid of it, move it, aim it so it's not aimed at my house. I got at least 50 dents in my siding. I've had broken windows, broken car windows, holes in my garage door, broken screens. There's been broken windows on people parking there, balls in the streets where kids are chasing them. Do something with that field and either get rid of it, move it, reorient it, or just do something to fix the problems and get rid of that nuisance once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keller. Appreciate it. Are there any other comments from the public? Hearing, seeing none. Any comments from the news media? I doubt that there is. I think everybody's gone. Okay. I'll take a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Have a good evening, everyone. Thank you very much.